All right, welcome. It looks like we have quorum, so we're going to go ahead and get this meeting started. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 5:32. So again, good evening, everyone, and welcome. We're going to do 1.2 presentation of colors. Presentation of colors is by the San Bernardino City Unified School District Police Honor Guard under the leadership of Sergeant Alberto Sandoval.
Mark time. Mark. Up. Up. Right. Belly guard. Hold. Left turn. Mark. Breathe in. Goes.
All right, and leading us in the pledge is going to be Cajon High School student senior Cesar Miranda, Miss Sierra Richards, and Miss Sofia Llanos. Thank you.
Audience, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Carry. Goes. Right turn. March. Forward. March. Up. Up.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Miss Ciara, Miss Sophia, and Mr. Caesar, and our amazing cadets as well. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to 1.4 approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Mrs. Alexander, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please, Mr. Barrios,
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez Garcia,
Aye.
and Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Thank you. And we're going to try our digital voting version. See if it works for us today.
No, it's not working right now. Thank you.
Okay, that's okay. So we'll do roll call. Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mrs. Aviles Grande? Myself, aye. Mrs. Alexander?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. 2.0 special presentations and recognitions. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Mary Roan Goodwin.
President Ceballos. Good evening. My name is Mary Roan Goodwin, and I am our school's district's Director of Communications and Community Relations. We have a few special recognitions this evening, and we're going to begin by celebrating culture, heritage, and the diverse communities that help make San Bernardino City Unified such a vibrant and welcoming place for all. At this time, I'm going to ask our board members, Superintendent Mauricio Arellano, and our executive cabinet to please come down and take your seats here in the designated seats in front of you so that you can fully enjoy this evening's cultural presentation. At the conclusion of the presentation, I will ask the board and superintendent to pose for photos with our Belvedere students. May is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and tonight the Board of Education proudly recognizes the rich histories, traditions, and lasting contributions of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities across our nation and throughout our very own district community. This month is an opportunity to celebrate the voices, cultures, and traditions that continue to shape and strengthen our schools and our neighborhoods. To help us celebrate this special month, we are pleased to welcome students from Belvedere Elementary School's Trilingual Immersion Program. This evening, under the direction of teachers Wendy Nguyen and Ian Tran, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students will sing a song in Vietnamese, Spanish, and English, showcasing the beauty of multilingualism and cultural connection. We thank families for supporting the trilingual program and their children in so many ways. The meaning of the song this evening: this earth is ours. That's what it means for everyone, for all people. Despite differences in background, culture, or identity, we are equally valuable. Today, students are wearing beautiful traditional Vietnamese garb called Ao Dai. Did I say that correctly? All right. This group of students sang at a recent DLAC meeting. And San Bernardino Mayor Helen Tran has joined us this evening because tomorrow this very same group will be singing for their city council meeting. The Trilingual Immersion Program at Belvedere Elementary helps students build fluency in English, Spanish, and you heard it, Vietnamese, while fostering cultural appreciation and global understanding. These students represent the bright future of our district and the amazing diversity that helps SBCUSD shine. Audience, let's welcome our Belvedere Elementary School Trilingual Program students with a warm round of applause. Well, thank you to our Belvedere Elementary students for that beautiful song. Now I'd like to invite our board members and Superintendent Ariano and our mayor to join us for this photo opportunity. Joining them will also be school principal Sylvette Delano. If our teachers are here, we'd love for them to be present in this photo as well. Great job, Belvedere.
Board members and superintendent, please remain standing for the remainder of tonight's recognitions. Executive Cabinet, would you please make your way along the ramp side of the dais? Good evening. I'm Maria Garcia, Communications Manager. The Board of Education is proud to recognize community partners whose collaboration and support continue to create meaningful opportunities for our students and families. Today, we are honored to recognize San Bernardino Valley College and President Dr. Gilbert J. Contreras and Dean of Student Equity and Success, Maria del Carmen Rodriguez, for their continued partnership with San Bernardino City Unified. Through innovative programs like dual enrollment, student support services, and a shared commitment to educational excellence, San Bernardino Valley College has helped open doors for countless SBCUSD students as they pursue higher education and career pathways, some of them while still in high school and one student in elementary school. At this time, I'd like to invite President Dr. Gilbert Contreras and Dean Maria del Carmen Rodriguez to please come forward to the podium to give remarks. As you can see, we are also joined by Valley College's mascot, Blue.
Wow, first I just want to say thank you and congratulations to the students from Belvedere School. That was absolutely beautiful, celebration of culture and community. So I'm honored to be part of that. Superintendent Ariano and members of the board, I can't tell you how much this recognition means to Valley College. And I'm accepting it on behalf of the entire college. Our guiding principle is advancing community. And to receive recognition from one of our biggest partners and champions in the community for education is just so meaningful for me and so meaningful for everyone who works at Valley College. So first and foremost, I really want to acknowledge and thank our Chancellor, Diana Z. Rodriguez. It's her vision, it's her leadership that's really being put into action, and we're able to elevate it to the next level, and it helps having partners like all of you, as well as our Board of Trustees. Also want to acknowledge Dean Carmen Rodriguez, who's with me. She's the Dean of Enrollment Services and Equity, and a lot of those partnerships and programs, whether it's a backpack giveaway or outreach or senior day, it's her teams leading those efforts that makes this partnership so special. So please, acknowledgement for Dean Carmen Rodriguez. And just want to share a little bit of detail about how special that relationship is. This past Saturday, we had our centennial commencement, celebrating 100 years, and ended with the drone show. Absolutely beautiful celebration of community. Among the graduates were nearly 50 students who are getting their associate's degree for transfer from middle college, high school. That's absolutely outstanding. And there also are designated official cheer squad coming from middle college, high school, which is really happy for us to be part of that. You all know the national attention. We got together with Honey Cooper as part of dual enrollment, brought a lot of attention to what we're doing. We recently got over $1 million grant together from the Gates Foundation for AI pathways for dual enrollment with Arroyo Valley, San Andreas, and Pacific High School. So for me, it's so important because San Bernardino really is a city of education. You can come from preschool to a doctorate in San Bernardino, and our partnership is transforming our communities and bringing light and prioritizing education when it's needed most. So I just want to say thank you, such a heartfelt award on behalf of the entire college, and we really appreciate this collaboration.
Audience, let's give San Bernardino Valley College President Contreras, Dean Rodriguez, another big round of applause. We are proud to present the May Outstanding Community Partner Award to San Bernardino Valley College. Congratulations again to our May Outstanding Community Partner. This evening, the Board of Education is also proud to recognize outstanding students, families, volunteers, and staff from Belvedere Elementary School, Warm Springs Elementary School, Arrowview Middle School, and Cajon High School. Tonight's honorees represent excellence in many forms. Our students are being recognized for their achievement, leadership, and perseverance. Parents, guardians, and volunteers are being celebrated for their involvement and support. And our certificated and classified staff are being honored for the care, dedication, and professionalism they bring to their work every single day. All honorees will receive a certificate of appreciation from the Board of Education. Student and parent award recipients will also receive complimentary tickets for their family to attend the San Bernardino Symphony. And student honorees will receive a district bumper sticker and commemorative yard sign. Student honorees, please don't forget to grab your bumper sticker and commemorative yard sign on your way out. Audience, these presentations are going to take about 20 minutes. As a courtesy to all honorees, we kindly ask that you please return to your seats after photos are completed. When your name is called, please come forward with your immediate family using the ramp. You'll be greeted by Superintendent Mauricio Arellano and members of the Board of Education and your principal. We're going to begin tonight's recognition with Belvedere Elementary School. Would Principal Sylvette Del Llano please join us? Audience, let's welcome outstanding student Felix Berumen. Felix is a 6th grade student in teacher Aida Frias Tulos's class. Felix is an exemplary student who excels in all languages in the trilingual program. He is kind and polite to all, helpful to his friends and classmates, and always shows academic humility. He is a well-rounded scholar who also participates in activities like band and the school soccer team. His maturity and behavior allow him to be focused and self-sufficient in all areas. He gets along with his classmates and is never afraid to be honest with them. Congratulations, Felix. Thank you for helping Belvedere shine. Let's give him another round of applause. Now we're going to recognize 6th grader Samantha Zermeno. Let's give her a round of applause. Samantha is an excellent student and a pure joy to have in class, according to her teacher, Serena Saraceres. Samantha strives to do the absolute best she can on all of her assignments. If she's not satisfied with a particular grade on an assignment, Samantha will immediately correct any errors. She is inquisitive and not afraid to ask for help or clarification. She shares her love of learning with others and is always willing to help her fellow classmates. Congratulations, Samantha. You are a great role model and a great example of what a Belvedere bear should be. Now, please help me welcome Outstanding Parent Award winner, Cynthia Carabajal. Cynthia is a valued member of the school community whose consistent support makes a meaningful difference. Through her presence at meetings, her willingness to volunteer at events, and her dedication to her own children's success, she exemplifies the partnership we strive to build with all families. Her involvement reflects a strong commitment to ensuring that every student has opportunities to thrive, and her voice helps strengthen our collective efforts to move the school in a positive direction. Thank you for your continued partnership and dedication to Belvedere Elementary School. Let's hear it one more time for Cynthia Carabajal. Now it's time to honor Outstanding Classified Employee, Educational Assistant 3, Lisette Arroyo. Lisette shows a strong commitment to student growth through intentional small group instruction, where every learner is supported and heard. She fosters language development by building students' confidence and valuing all voices. Her classroom is safe and welcoming, encouraging academic and social risk-taking. With high expectations for all, she strengthens her classroom community and contributes to a culture of excellence that makes the entire district shine. Thank you, Lisette, for the difference you make every day. Our final Belvedere honoree is third grade trilingual teacher Fernando Garcia. Some of Fernando's students sang for us earlier today. Fernando is deserving of recognition for his dedication and impact at Belvedere. Through coaching basketball, baseball, and soccer, he promotes teamwork and high expectations. He also supports the talent show and yearbook, celebrating student voice and achievement. Fernando's efforts to strengthen the school community and highlight the pride and excellence that helps Belvedere and the district shine. Thank you, Fernando, for your commitment to students, families, and staff. And thank you to our audience for honoring the Belvedere Bears. Next, we are proud to welcome Warm Springs Elementary School. Would Principal Natalie Morales join us at the front? Audience, please help me welcome outstanding student America Garcia. America is a fifth grader in teacher Andrew Deddick's class. America has not only achieved excellence in the classroom, but she has also demonstrated profound kindness and leadership within the school community. By earning the Outstanding Student Award for both academics and citizenship, America reminds us that true success is measured by both a dedicated mind and a compassionate heart. We are immensely proud to celebrate such a brilliant young leader who shines as brightly as the example she sets for all of us. America, we are so proud of all of your accomplishments. Now let's recognize our next outstanding student, Axel Ruelas. Axel can be proud of how hard he has worked in Ruth Calderon's class this year. He is an exceptional student who combines strong learning skills with a wonderful personality. His positive attitude and kind heart make him a joy to have in class. Axel has shown remarkable growth in all subject areas, and he has become a confident, capable learner. His ability to work well with others, solve problems creatively, and maintain a positive attitude demonstrates great maturity for a second grade student. Keep up the excellent work, Axel. You are ready for all the exciting learning adventures that lie ahead. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations, Axel Ruelas. Now let's welcome the Outstanding Parent Award recipient, Karen Rios. Karen is an exceptional parent and a valued partner in the school community. She goes above and beyond to support all students with genuine care and collaboration. Karen helps bridge the communication gap between families and the school, ensuring parents feel informed and connected. A constant campus presence, she volunteers her time to support teachers and students with a positive attitude. Her involvement in the School Site Council and English Learner Advisory Council strengthens the school's work. Warm Springs staff members adore her kindness and dedication, which make a meaningful, lasting impact for the entire community. Thank you, Karen, for your support of Warm Springs Elementary School. You deserve another round of applause. And now, would Virginia Gandarilla please come forward? Virginia's work as attendance verifier is more than compliance. It is true connection. She understands that behind every number is a student, a story, and a family. She is constantly thinking about how to create meaningful experiences for our scholars, ensuring that they feel seen, supported, and valued. Without a shadow of a doubt, Virginia embodies what it truly means to shine. She is not only essential to the work we do, she elevates it. Warm Springs is stronger, better, and brighter because of her. Thank you, Virginia, for helping Warm Springs students and families feel supported every day. Let's give her another round of applause. And now our final Warm Springs honoree is teacher Leandra Ramirez. Leandra is a true dolphin shining star whose impact extends beyond her classroom. She leads with intention, precision, and joy, uplifting those around her. From managing ASB finances with accuracy to creating meaningful staff appreciation activities, she brings care and thoughtfulness to all that she does. Leandra sets a high standard that inspires rather than intimidates, modeling excellence with grace. She encourages growth in others through a genuine belief in their potential, fostering a culture of connection and possibility. Thank you, Leandra, for your dedication and your service to the Warm Springs community. Audience, let's give all of our Warm Springs Dolphin honorees a big round of applause. Now, please help me welcome Airview Middle School and Principal Berenice Rios. And I see that Principal Rios has some of her administrative team with her. Let's begin by recognizing outstanding student Genesis Ocampo. Genesis is an 8th grader in Miguel Trejo's class. Genesis has earned several prestigious recognitions while at Aeroview. Last year, she received both the Principal's Award and Student of the Week honors. This year, she actively participated on the volleyball and softball teams while continuing to excel academically. She is a member of the National Junior Honor Society. She serves on the academic team, and she serves as president on the academic team. And she consistently demonstrates exemplary character, leadership, and a true dedication to her studies. Congratulations, Genesis. We know that you have a bright, shining future ahead. Our next outstanding student is an 8th grader, and she is Catherine Pelayo. Catherine is in teacher Yesenia Casillas' class. She has maintained academic excellence in all her classes this year. She is involved in various extracurricular activities, including being a member of the cheer team. She won the Avid Write-Off this year and is also a member of the Student Leadership Advisory Council. She volunteers her time by leading lunchtime and after-school events that support the school's climate and culture. In addition, Catherine is also a member of the prestigious National Junior Honor Society. Thank you, Catherine, for representing Airview Middle School with pride and positivity. Now let's welcome outstanding parent Dora Espinosa. Dora is an outstanding parent leader whose dedication to Airview is inspiring. As president of the School Site Council and English Learner Advisory Council, Dora advocates for students and families by attending district meetings, sharing important information, and serving on various district level committees. By balancing these contributions while caring for her own children, Dora exemplifies leadership, compassion, and service. Thank you, Dora, for the countless ways you support students, staff, and the school community. Let's give her a round of applause. Now we're going to recognize Outstanding Classified Employee, Secretary 3, Jada Bernal. Jada's exceptional work ethic and dedication are the backbone of Airview's success. She ensures that the school runs smoothly, supporting teachers, families, and students alike. Her ability to build meaningful relationships with students, respond promptly to parents, and ensure that staff have what they need makes her an irreplaceable mentor and leader. She truly makes the entire school shine. Thank you for your unwavering work ethic and positive passion. Our final Airview honoree is librarian Zadie Casillas. Zadie exemplifies SBCUSD's operational values through her commitment to equity, safety, collaboration, professionalism, and innovation. Drawing from her special education background, she ensures all students feel valued, supported, and challenged to succeed while fostering pride, resilience, and inclusion throughout the school community. Through her leadership and dedication, she has helped Airview sustain PBIS Gold for 3 consecutive years. Thank you for helping Airview shine each and every day. And thank you to all of our Airview Dragons. Audience, let's give everyone from Airview another round of applause. And finally, tonight we welcome the Cajon High School Cowboys and Principal Dr. Christopher Jackson. Dr. Jackson, please come forward. Our outstanding student from Cajon is senior McKaylee Poot. In the classroom, McKaylee has maintained an impressive 4.6 GPA. She's maintained a 4.6 GPA while fully immersed in one of the most rigorous McKaylee participates in the rigorous international baccalaureate courses that Cajon offers. Her commitment to learning is matched by her discipline, focus, and quiet determination to continually keep pushing herself to higher levels. All that while McKaylee also serves as a hostess on weekends at a very popular breakfast spot. In that environment, McKaylee carries herself with grace and kindness, the kind that embodies Cajon-built, world-ready. Thank you, McKaylee, for the leadership you demonstrate every day. And now we're going to welcome Outstanding Parent Award winner, Wonder Pointer. Wonder is president of Cajon High School's African American Parent Advisory Committee. She has strengthened community connections, led the Black Excellence Gala, and expanded outreach for our students and families. From leading morning marches at Hillside Elementary to uplifting all of our cowboys, she shows up with purpose and positivity. We are so proud to recognize Wonder, and we are stronger because of her. Thank you, Wonder, for your continued advocacy, encouragement, and support of Cajon High School students and staff. Now, please help me welcome Outstanding Classified Employee Secretary 3, Leticia Hernandez. Leticia is the first to shy away from recognition, which is exactly why she deserves it. She leads through example with unmatched dedication, often staying far beyond her 8-hour day. So much so that sometimes Dr. Jackson has to shoo her away and send her home. Her steady presence, professionalism, and care for others make her a calming and guiding force for the entire Cowboy team. We'll take care of the lights right away. Leticia, we are deeply grateful for your unwavering commitment to students and staff. Leticia, thank you for all you do for Cajon High School. Congratulations. Our final honoree this evening is Program Facilitator William Pomfret. William exemplifies the district's operational values through his innovation, professionalism, and commitment to continuous improvement. William believes in the potential of every student and builds systems that promote equity, collaboration, and clarity. His resilience and forward-thinking approach help create a safe, organized environment where students and staff can thrive. And his pride in Cajon is evident in the care he brings to his work. Thank you, William, for elevating every student and program you serve. Let's give him a big round of applause. And thank you, audience, for honoring the Cajon Cowboys. And thank you, honorees, for returning to your seats. Let's give everybody a big round of applause. And thank you, members of the board, superintendent, and cabinet. Would you kindly return to your seats? We extend a special thank you to the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra for supporting tonight's honorees. And this concludes tonight's special presentations. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our recipients, honorees, schools. Thank you so much, students, parents, all alike, for everything you do every single day. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to 3.0. No, I apologize, 2.3. Student Leadership Advisory Council SLAC, end of year report. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez.
So there are so many wonderful things that happen in our district, and one of the things that I'm most proud of is our student board member program that comes from our Student Leadership Advisory Council. And so today we will have a report from our group who just held elections, and they are the pride of San Bernardino, the pride of CSBA, and really excited to have them here today. So I will now pass it over to our advisors and students who will be doing the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, and welcome. We're very excited to see you guys here today.
Good evening, President Ceballos, member of the board, Superintendent Arellano, and Cabinet. My name is Salem Rios, and I'm an 11th grader from San Gregorio. I want to talk about SLAC and how important it is for our students to get involved. During our SLAC meeting, we get to speak to other student board members from other schools while doing collaborative activities in SLAC. For example, making posters with ideas as to how we can contribute to our communities and schools, how we can help, what we can improve. The student board members are presented in the beginning of our SLAC meetings and strongly encourage us to apply throughout the year. SLAC serves as a pipeline allowing people like myself that just became a student board member to apply and become one. For example, the student board member at my school, Iron Jones, at the beginning of the year told me his interest in political science. But the second to last SLAC meeting, I asked him again what he was going to do after he graduated. And he told me political science, but becoming a student board member gave him many opportunities helping kids and going to their schools to explain the importance of becoming a student board member. And all of these opportunities broadened his interest, especially towards education. This made me realize how his interests were expanded. SLAC gives us as student board members insights, what they do, and one thing that they make sure to point out is that you don't have to be perfect, but to be authentic. Thank you.
Good evening, President Ceballos, members of the board, Superintendent Arellano, and Cabinet. My name is Alicia Rourke, and I am a sophomore at Middle College High School. And building off of what Salem just mentioned, students from the schools in our district are able to explore who they are as leaders through the Student Leadership Advisory Council, but specifically through the opportunities that are offered through this program. SLAC allows students to interactively find out who they want to be as a leader in the present and also in their future. This happens through many ways, but the first way is through academic field trips. I personally went on a field trip to Pepperdine University, and I'm now considering applying, especially because it was very gorgeous right by the beach. And if I hadn't been in SLAC, I wouldn't have been given that opportunity, and I think that just shows the importance of this program. But additionally, I was able to attend a law conference with a law firm. I can't quite remember the name, but I was able to speak to professionals in the field of law and listen to powerful insights from speakers. I remember one specific woman, she went to UC Berkeley, and I was able to make that connection, and that was only because I was involved in SLAC. Additionally, through SLAC, and not just, I haven't only gone to academic field trips, but just within the meetings, I've been made aware of many things, like the CalKid Scholarship, which just allows any student that is in California to apply and receive money so that they can go on to higher education. I did not know of that before, but now I do. I was also made aware just recently within our past meeting, our past SLAC meeting, during the presentation of the pathways for each and every school, that there was an olive branch that was set up. And I did not know what that was, but I was explained of what that was, and now I have the opportunity to volunteer. In fact, they gave me their business card. So ultimately, what I'm trying to say with this is that SLAC mostly shares inside knowledge that I really don't think should be considered inside knowledge. So the purpose of us presenting here today is to let everybody know, every single student, that they are welcome to join this if they want to. It only takes 10 seconds of courage to ask somebody, hey, I want to join this program. And that's what we're here to encourage everybody to do that's a student within this district. Our ultimate goal though, is to get students who can share back with their school sites the information that they learn at SLAC meetings.
Good evening, President Ceballos, members of the board, Superintendent Arellano, and the cabinet. My name is Isaiah Torres, and I am a senior at San Gorgonio High School. Unlike Alicia and Salem, I have only been in SLAC for my senior year and can confidently say I've learned more about our district and leadership in this 1 year than my previous 3 years. Being in SLAC has provided me with leadership and social skills that I've been able to use in my other clubs and activities, such as Students for Change, basketball, and Interact Club. Furthermore, these leadership and social skills have made me more prepared for the college environment that I will experience next year when I attend USC. I definitely wish I knew about SLAC my previous 3 years of high school, and likely would have ran for the student board member position had I been in SLAC and knew about the opportunities. Thanks to Cajon High School's Film Society, we have a video we would like to share with you that gives further insight into the SLAC experience.
My name is Alicia Rourke, and I am a sophomore. I'm from Middle College High School. In my own words, what SLAC is, it stands for Student Leadership Advisory Council, but for me, I think it's where you get to understand what kind of leader you are and what you want to do for others. I have been in SLAC for 2 years, so since my freshman year. As a SLAC member, I've been given the opportunity to go on certain field trips. Like, for example, we had gone to Pepperdine University and we got a tour of the campus. I actually really liked it, especially because it was by the beach. But beyond field trips, we get the opportunity to speak, which I think is really important. So I used to be somebody that was very, very quiet, which is kind of surprising considering that I'm doing this interview now. But being in SLAC gave me the opportunity to speak my opinions in rooms with tons of people. In fact, today I'm going to be giving a speech so that I can run to be a student board member, and I don't think I would have that opportunity if I didn't join SLAC. Because I'm in SLAC, I think an interesting experience was getting to talk to people and just meeting a ton of different personalities, especially when it comes to the current student board members. So the current student board member for our school, Middle College High School, is Brisa Hernandez. And because I got to know her, I also got to know the other student board members, and they all have very diverse personalities. And I thought it was interesting just to meet them and just talk to new faces compared to my very, very small school of about 200 people. Out of the program, the skills that I hope to get, that's a hard one. I think I just want to become better at speaking socially instead of just speaking in front of people. So I've done speech and debate for 4 years of my life in my educational journey. So I'm used to giving speeches in front of people and kind of talking at people, but not talking to people in a social manner and meeting people that might be like older than I am and adults. So through SLAC, I've already kind of done that. I've got to speak to Miss Rogers and meet her, but I'd like to meet other people as well and be able to have that confidence and not be as socially awkward. I think the way that SLAC has impacted my life, again, I was just able to meet so many different people, but adding on to that, because I was able to meet so many different people, I was also made aware of different opportunities. Our principal constantly says it's not about what you know, it's about who you know. And so I think through SLAC, being able to make those connections not only made me feel happy making those friendships, but also I was able to learn about new things like Olive Branch. I didn't know about that, but matter of fact, I was just told outside in the pathway presentation that Olive Branch exists. So now I have that volunteer opportunity. To all students trying to get into SLAC, the message that I would like to share is honestly, just try to get to know people, try to put yourself out there. I feel like specifically at my school, unfortunately, SLAC is something that is kind of small, not a lot of people know about it, so I've tried to make it my job and duty to let other people know that this program exists. So I would suggest that people that want to join SLAC, don't be afraid to ask whoever. I've personally been working on talking to people that I don't know, so even if in order to get into SLAC you have to talk to people that you don't know, just try it. Just 10 seconds of some sort of, I'm trying to think of the word, strength, bravery, courage. Only 10 seconds of that can get you many places.
So my name is Teresa Vargas and I'm a senior. I go to San Bernardino High School. So in my own words for Slack, it's a community based with all high school students that come together, every once a month, and we just talk about community engagement and how we can better our community as a high school. I've actually been in Slack for 1 year. So some benefits that I'm giving as a Slack member is, the idea that I have a voice in my community and as a high school student. Not only that, we do get to communicate with each other, with all throughout the 10 different schools or however many schools there is here at the meetings. So I get, we all have a voice in whatever we say or whatever we discuss. And I think that's a really good benefit because it makes each and every one student more vocal in their school and just in their own person. So some interesting experiences I've had personally throughout Slack is I've actually gotten closer with my senior friends that I didn't know went to Slack, and I actually got closer with them and we talked a lot more even without going to Slack meetings. So I guess the friendships and community you built within your school. Skills that I hope to get out the program, what I've already seen is I'm actually really good more at communication and speaking out. I wouldn't have done this interview if I wasn't here, so I'm really grateful for that. And I think I am just more outgoing and outspoken, especially in my community, and what kind of differences I want to see within my community. As a leader, I actually am a leader in some of my sports and extracurriculars. And like I said before in the other question, I am a lot more spoken out and I do speak up in my leadership role. So I'm really glad that Slack has given me that opportunity to speak out and just become more of a leader. A message I would say to the students that are trying to get into Slack is just be yourself, and the more open you are, the more you get to see yourself and the more learning experiences you get.
My name is Liam. I'm from Serrano and I'm in 7th grade. This is my first year. It's taught me to be more respectful, have more thoughts about helping others, more responsibility. My experience is having the opportunity to come to meetings, have lunch, have to be with my friends. Try your best. Nothing is easy. You always have to push through.
My name is Israel Smith Riddance and my grade is 8th grade at Serrano Middle School. Slack is a program where students come and they express their opinions to a board, and they usually help with questions that the board has that would involve students' opinions inside of it. I have been in Slack. This is my first year in Slack. I started in the beginning of the year and I hope to finish in high school. We have the opportunity to come and express our opinions. We mostly like to express the opinions of our peers at our schools. So we would sometimes hold board meetings at our schools so we can come and have everyone's thoughts in mind. This is my first board meeting with the schools. And because of Slack, I'm able to go to DC this summer with the school, so I'm very excited. I hope to get leadership skills out of the program because I'm hoping to become a firefighter when I'm older. It has benefited me to overcome my fears of public speaking, and it has showed me a lot of opportunities of how I could become a council member of the district. The message I want to express to the students is that don't be scared. It's an amazing program and I think that you'd love it.
My name is Damian Legado and I am a current junior, 11th grade. I attend Pacific High School. To explain what SLAC is the Student Leadership Advisory Council. It's a representation of each high school within the San Bernardino district where students come together and speak upon issues that they have going on in their school, such as concerns regarding maybe bathroom policies or maybe about the menu at lunch, or maybe even something as focused on their education, such as opening up classes, such as AP African American Studies. I've been in SLAC since my freshman year, so about 3 years now. The different kinds of opportunities that you do get as a SLAC member is offerings to attend different kinds of field trips, such as Government Day, which we do get to watch a proper procedure of one of the meetings that happen within our council, within the board meetings. Different opportunities as well as being able to learn LCAP, which is the budget of our district, which goes to different programs within schools. The message I would give to students who are interested in SLAC would be, don't be afraid to reach out or to ever ask for help. Because my own personal experience growing up as one of the siblings that I had to depend on my own for, it was hard to ask for help or ask for like different opportunities that could push myself out there more. And yet the thing is, if you don't ask for help, you're only limiting yourself to the possibilities that you've been given from other people to you. Being able to use that self-determination to gain something that you want for yourself is more important than anyone else could ever give you. So being able to give that simple question of how can I join Slack? Who runs it? How am I going to show those capabilities to join? Is something that's so powerful. It creates like that small little butterfly effect that gets you out there.
Hello, my name is Ademi Martinez, and I'm a junior attending Indian Springs. Slack has honestly impacted my life in an amazing way. I feel like I can just kind of, look forward to these Mondays that we have with all the students, and it kind of shows what opportunities are out there and what opportunities we have to better both our communities, our schools, and everyone around us. If you're trying to get into Slack, I say go for it. It's an amazing opportunity. Get those grades up, get your attendance up, and honestly, it's so worth it. You're gonna love the experience. It's changed so many lives, including mine. And if you have any tips, I'd say try to reach out to anyone that's already in Slack, and they'll have a great word for you.
What a beautiful video. Another thanks to the Cajon Film Society, because that was amazing. Just a quick other round of applause, please. All right. Okay, so in closing, we just want to say on behalf of every student that is in Slack, we'd like to thank Ms. Aguirre for her hard work in making Slack thrive so us students may learn what it means to be a leader. So give a round of applause for Ms. Aguirre. And one final thing, I just want to congratulate the newly elected student board members. So first we have from Zanji, what is your last name? Really quick. Rios. Okay. Salem Rios is going to be the new Sanji student board member for next year. And then where is Genesis? Okay. Genesis? Okay. And I would also like to congratulate Genesis Maldonado. She is going to be the Cajon student board member for the following year. And next year, I have some very big shoes to fill. Replacing Brisa Hernandez, I will be the student board member for Middle College High School. We cannot wait to work with you all. Thank you.
And just to wrap that up, what amazing kids we have in this school district. I'm so proud of them. Alicia, the young lady that was speaking, is a product even of our preschool program. So we just love all of our kids, and I do want to thank Sylvia Aguirre, the program specialist in PYD, who is the lead facilitator in our Slack program, as well as Michelle Rogers, who is the student board member advisor. So thank you for all the work that you do. You guys bring so much pride to our school district. Thank you for kids, what you do. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, and thank you for that wonderful presentation and update. And we are so very proud of the students that are graduating and leaving us. I know you guys are going off to bigger and better and greater things, and welcome to the ones that will be joining us next year. We look forward to having you. So thank you so much for coming out. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to 2.4, resolution in recognition of LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. And I will go ahead and ask if Mr. Barrios, you're back up here. I had to check. If you can go ahead and read that for us, please. Oh, do we have a? Yes, we do.
Whereas every student, regardless of their gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, or biological sex characteristics, deserve to receive a well-rounded education that meets all their academic, social, and emotional needs. And whereas LGBTQIA+ youth are more likely to experience mental health issues, to drop out of school and attempt suicide than their non-LGBTQIA+ peers. And whereas policies and programs that promote education and awareness of LGBTQIA+ issues can reduce incidents of harassment and bullying and create an environment where every student can feel comfortable embracing and expressing their sexual orientation and gender identity. And whereas LGBTQIA+ Pride Month is celebrated in June to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan, which was a tipping point for the gay liberation movement in the United States and was originally intended to recognize the impact that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals had on history. And whereas the San Bernardino Unified School District is committed to creating a welcoming and safe school environment for our LGBTQIA+ students, staff, and family, and to making our school community welcoming and safe for all. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District joins others around the state and nation in recognizing June 2026 as Pride Month, and be it further resolved, the Board of Education urges all students, staff, community members to respect and honor our diverse community and to build a culture of inclusivity and equity all year long.
Vote.
Second. Thank you. Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mrs. Alexander, and we're going to go ahead and vote. I'll start at the far end. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Mr. Santos? Dr. Wyatt? Ms. Aviles Grande? Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman? And Mrs. Alexander?
Aye.
Motion carries. 2.5, resolution in recognition of Juneteenth Day. And if I can have Ms. Hernandez Garcia read that for us, please.
Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest African American holiday observed in the United States, and whereas on September 22, 1862, President Lincoln issued the Celebration Emancipation Proclamation, and whereas prior to the end of the Civil War on January 31, 1865, Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which abolished slavery throughout the United States and its territories. And whereas June 19, 1865, is considered the date when the last slaves in America were freed, almost 2.5 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas on June 18, 2021, President Biden signed into law the bill making Juneteenth National Independence Day a federal holiday. And whereas in 2022, Governor Newsom officially recognized Juneteenth as a state holiday, and the third Saturday in June of each year is to be known as Juneteenth, National Freedom Day, a day of observance. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District does hereby recognize June 19th as Juneteenth National Independence Day. And be it further resolved, the Board of Education recognize the third Saturday in June of each year in California as Juneteenth National Freedom Day, a day of observance, and urges people across the state and nation to join in celebrating Juneteenth as a day to honor and reflect on the significant role that African Americans have played in the history of the United States, and how they have enriched society through their steadfast commitment to promoting freedom, brotherhood, unity, and equality.
Okay. Thank you. Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Mr. Santos? Dr. Wyatt? Mrs. Aviles Grande? Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman? Mrs. Alexander?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. We're going to go ahead and move on to 3.0 public comments. 3.1 received public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. The board must operate under Brown Act, open meeting regulations, which prevents boards from commenting on items not on the agenda to ensure transparency and public participation in government decision-making. The reason is simple. The board wants to ensure that anyone who has an opinion on an item knows via our posted agenda when we will be discussing it as a board. During public comments, the board can ask clarifying questions, but cannot discuss, answer questions, or ask questions on a topic that is not agendized. We're certainly happy that you're here to let us know any concerns. Please know that we're listening and your input is valued. If a follow-up is required on your comment, a staff member will reach out to you. Please make sure your email or phone number is provided on your comment form so that they may contact you. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on a topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, No person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. So first up, we have Mr. Ben Pratt. Welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? I'm Benjamin Pratt. I'm still the Vice President over at IBW 477 and also Vice President of the Inland Empire Building Trades Council. And we're here tonight just to give you guys kind of an update on the CWA. Albert Duarte will give the kind of nuts and bolts analysis. I'm just going to talk more about the outreach part of it right now. Currently, the building trades have been attending every career event that the district has brought to us, whether it be Pacific High School, Arroyo. We have one on Friday at Cajon, and we're all signed up for the back to school extravaganza later on this year. I personally was able to go to San Bernardino High School and meet with a teacher named Mrs. Crawford, and she had some students there that were from some underprivileged communities that she felt like would be perfect for our program. And so I was happy to sit with them and kind of provide them with the ins and outs of what our apprenticeship looks like and a path going forward for them upon graduation. I also shared with President Ceballos our IBEW specific pre-apprenticeship graduation next week at Indian Springs High School. Any of you guys that can attend, man, we would greatly appreciate it. We're super proud of our program, and this is our 5th cohort, I believe. And we're really happy for the kids. What this does is it circumvents a process that can take about 6 months to a year from the time that they apply, have placement to their interview. So this gives them a direct interview and gets them right in, which is going to narrow that gap from graduation to employment for them, which we think is crucial. That's where we lose a lot of our kids. So we're very excited for that graduation. I would like to say that there is work to be done there. Our cohorts are always upwards of 20 students, and the follow through isn't there right now. We're getting way less than 50% of those kids coming to apply. I think it's actually been more around 20%. So I'm not sure. We're going to reach out to counselors and the teachers that assist us on campus and see what we can do to kind of help complete that guidance to get them there. And also, just on a personal note, I would just like to say that because of the courageous action that this board took in February of 2025, this CWA is actually of service to this community now. I myself have been able to dispatch young men and women to CWA projects here in the district, one of them being my own son, who's a 3rd-year apprentice. So I'm very proud to have the 2nd generation of electrical workers in my family working in the city that I went to school, that he went to school, and that my granddaughters are now Newmark Knights. So our family loves this district, and we thank you for everything that you guys do. And I'm a phone call away. If you feel like we're falling short, you let me know, and we'll fix it. I guarantee it. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for coming out. It's always a pleasure to see you. Up next, we have Mr. Albert Duarte.
Good evening, President Ceballos, board, and Superintendent Arellano. Thank you for, and Cabinet, thank you for your time. Again, my name is Albert Duarte, and I'm the business manager and executive director of the Riverside San Bernardino Building Trades. And as Ben was telling you, we are excited. We are honored to speak here, and really, it's a pleasure to see the community and see what San Bernardino City USD is doing, seeing the kids and how articulate they are, and the relationship that you guys are building with them, and it kind of gives us hope of how to sharpen our own programs and how to grow within the community. And with the community workforce agreement, I came into the ironworkers in 1989, and my kids are annoyed with me because every project I I've been part of, I point out to them that that I helped build that thing, right? But now within this community, I'm looking at the kids that we're helping build and the folks that we're building relationships with. So it's kind of a different dynamic that we're working with now. That's exciting as being the business manager here with building trades and looking at the CTE programs that we're building within IBEW. How proud I am of Ben and what he's doing. He's kind of always been that pusher to me to be more active within the community. But we've been, you know, we've kind of got an isolated picture of what we're building. We've have 57 workers that we have on one project. We've got 3,738 hours that we have been on Indian Springs. The system broke down, so I don't have a picture of the other two projects. We have a Royal Valley High School that we're working on. We have North Vermont Elementary School that we're working on. So when those numbers come in, I'll be able to share that, and I'll be able to come back and explain exactly the total picture of what we're working on. But in all, we've got 68%. We agreed to a 50% local hire. We're at 68%. Now, what it does, it really gave me a picture of what we need to work on. You know, mostly the people that have been working out of those 57 are men. We need to start hiring more women and get more women involved. But it also gives me a look at the specific projects that we're looking at. And some of them were some of the companies that we brought in. It was 100% that people from out of town. So it's something that I can put my hand on, and I can reach out and say, hey man, we need more people here from local areas. In the 35 years that I was an iron worker, I only worked close to home probably 2 times. That's something I don't want for you guys. Right, is getting people more that are part of the community to work within our community. So that is something a step that you guys took when you signed that agreement, you know, and it's something that is new to the building trades through these community workforce agreements. That wasn't 10 years ago, it wasn't possible within San Bernardino, within Riverside, within the Inland Empire, but we all sharpen each other. So we're growing. We're growing with you, but you guys are quite an example. So thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a question or comment, Mr. Tillman?
Yes. So when you say projects, you mean work in the district, contract in the district?
Projects within the district, correct.
Okay. And then I had a question for Ben also. You mentioned something about 20 and then only 20% or something like that. What were you talking about? You said something about participation is less than what you guys want.
Oh yeah, I was referring specifically to our IBEW specific after school pre-apprenticeship program. Right now, by my calculations, only 20% of the kids that are receiving the certificate from us are actually applying.
Applying for what?
Applying for the IBEW apprenticeship program.
Okay.
So
and they know about it or they don't?
Oh, absolutely. The entire curriculum is geared toward making them informed and giving them the basic partial first year curriculum to give them the advantage to application for the apprenticeship program.
And when they're in the program, are they getting paid or do they have to wait until after they get out of the program to get paid?
The after school program right now is just, it's a 2-hour class a week for 14 weeks. So
Okay.
they're not working yet. It's just, it gives them access to direct interview to the IBEW apprenticeship. So it's an advantage for them once they graduate, because you have to be 18 years old and graduated or have equivalency to apply for the IBEW. But we're just a little bit discouraged that the kids aren't taking advantage of this certificate, because literally all they have to do is walk into the hall, hand that in, and they're given an interview. So
just so I'm clear, when they interview to do what?
To begin the IBEW apprenticeship program.
Right, but in the apprenticeship program, they're not getting paid, or they do?
Oh, they do. Yeah. They're working full time once they're apprentices. They work 40 plus hours a week, and they go to school twice a week for 3 hours, and they're paid the whole time.
And the pay is advertised in there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. And pay, benefits, all those things. They're made aware of the whole package. We give them an in-depth presentation about that. So
And you mentioned that you thought by contacting the counselors, somehow was going to benefit this? How's that?
Well, we're hoping that we can do a better job at vetting the kids that come through the program, because we have a lot of attrition. A lot of the kids quit halfway through the program.
And when you say vet, is because you're looking for a certain type of student?
Just kids that are interested in joining the IBEW. That's all.
Right.
Anyone that wants to be an electrician. But what we're getting from our instructors is that 2 weeks in, some of the kids are saying, yeah, I really didn't know what this was, and they drop out. So
Right.
we just want to make sure they're informed.
And let me ask you a question. Is there a minimum in terms of like math that they have to have in order to be successful in the program?
There is for the apprenticeship program, but part of what we do in this after school program is that preparation. So we address it in the program.
And the reason why I brought that up is because I just think that might be your low-hanging fruit. If you wouldn't need a counselor, but you need to work with our data people. So get a list of the students that are very successful in whether it's math or whatever it is that they need. Then you send a letter directly to them and say, hey, we identified you because you've taken X amount of courses in, algebra or trig or whatever. And then that will lead, we think because of that, you'll be more successful. Even maybe, algebra 1 or 2, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Because I think that'll make a big difference. But that way you want to depend on the counselors, you could just send the letter directly to them. And I would encourage you to highlight the money they can make if they participate.
Absolutely. And I appreciate that insight. And you are 100% on point that this is very math intensive. So I will.
That's exactly. So I think you should really get a list of the students that do well in math and then send a letter directly to those students.
Outstanding. Thanks for that insight. I'll do that. Appreciate it.
Can I add something? We're starting to, I didn't add, we met with San Gorgonio High School, and we're looking at building a MC3 program. It's called a multi-craft core curriculum that the building trades has, and it teaches you all 15 trades. So everybody's not meant to be, so that's why you might see a low number. Everybody's not meant to be an electrician. Right? But when you teach them all 15 trades, then they can really choose. My dream is to come in, get with the CTE programs, put them within the MC3 program within the freshman sophomore year, and they can do the CTE programs after that freshman sophomore year, so they can try IBW, they can try the plumber pipe fitters, they can try the iron workers. I'm starting to work with that within my trades to develop those CTE programs so we can present them to you. So everything's malleable right now. We're growing. We're growing with you to be able to really share this MC3 program with the community and with you folks. So we've got it in Cajon High School right now. We had it with Royal Valley, but the teacher retired, and it's up to Royal Valley to pick up a teacher and see if pick up the program. But with Cajon High School, we're starting to take that, or not with Cajon, with San Gorgonio High School, we're starting to take that, and it's going to start. So it's really encouraging, and we're starting to build that relationship. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more question or comment, Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you both Albert and Ben. Ben, just a quick question. You said about 20% of the students that go through that program end up applying for the apprenticeship. Do we have any idea actually who are accepted and completed?
Dr. Wyatt, I can get you that number specifically. I know right now, the last time I checked, I think we were at 9 apprentices with about 15 as pre-apprenticeship trainees working full-time but not started school yet. But that number may have evolved since last time I looked at it. Hopefully it's a few more, but I believe it's about 10 right now, which unfortunately that looks like about 2 to 3 per cohort. That's why we're not satisfied.
Okay, no, thank you. We know it's a hard trade, and you're gonna have to work hard. We know that. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, again, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Uriel Armenta.
Good evening, guys. My name is Uriel Armenta. I have a couple of incidents that happened here in our district that I'm very scared of for my children, for their safety, for other people's children that are going around in this whole district in San Bernardino. I mean, I've been making a lot of phone calls this week. I know I got some appointments set up. I'm trying to climb up this ladder to try and make sure that everybody is well heard and everybody is well taken care of. So I had 2 incidents happen, and this past year, things have started progressively getting worse since November. But the biggest incident that happened was with my daughter on the 12th. On school grounds, she lost her 2 front teeth. People are saying that she committed self-harm, which is not her. That is not her. She's special needs and she's on the spectrum. But then also she got sent home on a bus instead of receiving medical care, instead of anybody calling 911, instead of anybody calling their parents to make sure that she was okay. So between 3:25 and 3:34, when she arrived at my door, she was okay for some reason. So apparently the issue of the timeline does not add up, because my daughter would not be okay between 9 minutes of crying and seeing her face bloody and 2 teeth knocked out, and nobody knew what happened to her front teeth. So I do need to get answers. I know there was an investigation. I know my wife has an appointment with Miss Dr. Sandra Rodriguez, correct? That's on the 22nd. But everybody's here now. So my thing that I have to tell you guys is that both of my children had injuries requiring medical attention. May 12th, I was told at 3:25, 5 minutes before they boarded the bus, that my child committed self-harm and knocked her own teeth out, and she threw herself on the ground. They called the school health aide and said she was bleeding in her mouth, crying. The health aide then said she couldn't check her mouth due to the blood, that she just cleaned her up and put her on the bus. Didn't call an ambulance and didn't call me until the bus dropped off my daughter. The story given to me from the health aide didn't add up. Yet I mind you, it was the health aide who called me. She wasn't a doctor. She wasn't the person in charge, just an adult. When nobody apparently, there is people that did see it, but apparently nobody came forward yet. And if it did happen 5 minutes before, when they're lining up for the bus, that parking lot is full of people. There would be numerous people calling an ambulance if that so happened timeline was true. I feel that the safety at Highland Pacific is neglected for all kids of special needs, given that there are 2 now less accredited special need teachers that are there now on leave. One since November and the other in April. The 2 classes are now being poorly supervised by substitute teachers and aides. They're only good enough to be paid as subs and not as special needs teachers, failing to meet the standards that San Bernardino County Unified School District has in place for them. Kids are eloping out of the school premises without even the staff knowing. That was also documented in the Parent Square app. There's screenshots of that and evidence of that, of the child being eloped from the school and not even the staff knew about it, nor aides. But instead of letting everybody know how they solved the issue, they just went to a public forum and a public meeting, so nobody else was informed. I asked for documentation on my kids' behavior to get them and what they need and how they failed to send it to me. My kids' behavior needs to be documented as well, and I need to receive that when I ask for them. They could always black out whoever needs to be blacked out, but my children's behavior needs to be, so I can get my kids the help they need, so you guys can help get the kids the help they need. Not just mine, but everybody in the special needs. I feel that since November, my child's behavior has gotten worse and their safety is at risk at the school. They have been sent home with injuries more and more, and they can't verbally express how they receive them. So like their special needs, it's hard for me to communicate it, but I do know, and you guys do know your own children. Like they can't verbally express to me what's wrong, but you guys know something's wrong. No child should ever lose their teeth physically, bleed and crying and not get medical treatment. And then there shouldn't be any need for that. That's kind of inhumane. And any parent would be furious. You guys would be furious if it was your siblings. You guys would be furious if it was you.
Time.
I just have a brief, if the body would allow me to finish. I have met with the principal, Courtney Weber, on several occasions, as well as submitted a formal complaint to the special education director and other department personnel. I also submitted these same concerns to Superintendent Ariano. I have received no resolution, and my concerns have only been shushed away by the repeated incidents involving our children and other children in their classroom. That's all I got. I really wish that you guys would please help get answers. Please help keep our kids safe. I'm a blue collar worker. I can't be missing school. I can't be missing work. My family comes first, and I'm here. My wife that does all the legwork, that goes ahead and makes sure she could come to all these meetings, and she's the backbone of my family, and I can't lose my wife either. Everybody knows that most families financially, they all split apart. But the biggest thing is having a child that are on the spectrum. I have two. The last thing we need to do is worry about their safety at school, because that only allows way more problems in any situation. I'm sorry to bring this to you guys. I wish this never would have happened to my children or anybody's children, but it did. And I just wish they would get addressed, and I wish we could all come to a consensus on what we need to do to make this place, to make this school a safer school as well. I'm sorry that I'm reaching out to you like this. I'm sorry that I may look bad. I did report it to the police of the San Bernardino City Unified School District Police as well. I do have a case number. I'm going up the ladder. I did start at the school. The school, I didn't like my result. I'm coming to you guys. I'm still working my way up the ladder, and I'm still learning as well. But trying to advocate for two kids, it's not easy. So please, if you guys can help me, if everybody will help me, please, because nobody wants to be a young adult parent and getting them sent home. The last thing I want is for my children to die or for anybody's to die. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uriel. I have a comment or question, Mr. Tillman.
Well, thank you for coming out. You don't have to apologize for coming. This is part of the process, and you're right. We're here to ensure your kids are safe, and we take care of them. So we'll look into it and try to solve the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. We will definitely be looking into it all. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have Ms. Ruth Cook.
Thank you. I just have some quick words of kindness tonight. I am Ruth Cook. I'm a program specialist with Accountability and Ed Tech, and I'm also one of your district crisis team leads. So some kind words tonight for the board, the cabinet, and the Swiss department from the crisis team. I've been on the crisis team many, many years, and I've been through many iterations of support, and I just wanted to say that the current level of support from Swiss, specifically Colleen, Mario, Jackie, and Ursula, is much, much appreciated. I recognize that it's a collaboration between the team and administration, but I wanted to let you know that as team leads, we recognize and feel the care given to us for the support we provide to the sites when really hard things happen at them. This year, the crisis team has been out 15 times, most recently at Sanji with the death of the assistant baseball coach. It's not easy work, but it feels valuable and worthwhile, and it's important because our district's unique in a lot of ways. We have a crisis team that's from the district. We're all from different departments, and we have nurses, psychologists, counselors, and program specialists, and many from the Swiss department as well. And it's important because when we go to the schools and we talk to the students and we talk to the teachers and we talk to the administration, they know that we know them, and that we know who they are because we're also one of them, and that we care, and we do care very deeply for them. So just to reiterate the appreciation for the current support we get from the Swiss department, and that we feel from the cabinet and from the board, and acknowledge that we feel this intentional care. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out. And I believe that's all our public comments. Okay, so then at this point, we will adjourn to closed session. No, I apologize. we recently switched up our agenda. So we have 4.0 reports and comments by union organizations, 4.1 San Bernardino Teachers Association.
No report.
4.2 California School Employees Association.
No report.
4.3 Communication Workers of America.
No report.
And 4.4 San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No report.
Thank you. 5.0 public hearing. 5.1 public hearing for the San Bernardino School Police Officers Association initial contract proposal, successor to the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Section 3547 of the Government Code requires that all initial proposals of exclusive representatives must be presented at a public meeting of the public school employer. At that meeting, any interested party shall have the opportunity to comment on the proposal. On April 30th, 2026, the Human Resources Division received the initial proposal for the San Bernardino School Police Officers Association in accordance with Article 23 Term of Agreement, Section 1 SBSPOA wishes to open, meet, and confer sessions and is therefore submitting the following sunshine proposal. Article 6, wages. Article 7, benefits. Article 15, reimbursement expenses and materials. It is appropriate at this time to conduct a public hearing. Are there any public comments?
No, there's not.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay, be it, moved by Mrs. Aviles Grande and second by Dr. Wyatt. Do we have any discussion? Okay, vote please. And I will go ahead and, Mr. Santos? Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mrs. Aviles Grande? Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman? Mrs. Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education has received the initial contract proposal from the San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. This public hearing is now closed. I apologize. 5.2 tentative agreement, 2025-2028 successor, Article 6 wages, Article 11 employee evaluation procedures, Article 13 transfer, Article 14 leaves, Article 18 grievance procedures, Article 24 term of agreement between California School Employees Association. It is San Bernardino Chapter 183 and San Bernardino City Unified School District. The Board of Education will hold a public hearing to consider adoption of the successor negotiation tentative agreement between San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employees Association, or CSEA. It's San Bernardino Chapter 183, Article 6 wages, Article 11 employee evaluation procedures, Article 13 transfer, Article 14 leaves, Article 18 grievance procedures, and Article 24 term of agreement. On May 12, 2026, CSEA ratified the proposed memorandum of understanding to the collective bargaining agreement. It is appropriate at this time to conduct a public hearing. Are there any public comments?
There are not.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Aviles Grande and second by Dr. Wyatt. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Mr. Santos? Dr. Wyatt? Mrs. Aviles Grande? Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman? Mrs. Alexander? Be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts the tentative agreement between San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employees Association. It's San Bernardino Chapter 183. And this public hearing is now closed. 5.3 public hearing and acceptance of 26-27 classified work calendars between San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. A public hearing will be held to consider the adoption of the 26-27 classified work calendar between the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183, and the San Bernardino City Unified School District on April 2nd, 2026. The district and CSEA agreed to the 26-27 classified work year calendars. It is appropriate at this time to conduct a public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Any comments?
No, there are not.
Can I have a motion?
Move. Second.
Moved by Mrs. Alexander, second by Dr. Wyatt. Any discussion? Vote please, Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt. Ms. Aviles Grande. Aye. Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman. Aye. Mrs. Alexander.
Aye.
Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts the 26-27 classified work year between the CSEA, Chapter 183, and this public hearing is now closed. All right, 6.0 closed session, 6.1 closed session public comments. Are there any?
No, there are not.
Okay, we will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everyone.
I got the message from the entire meeting, so I was working.
All right. Thank you so much for being patient with us. We're going to go ahead and get started. Back from closed session, 7.07, 7.0 action reported from closed session, 7.1 approval of Director of Employee and Labor Relations, Naisha Williams. Can I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. Okay, Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt? Mrs. Aviles Grande? Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Mrs. Alexander? Oh, she's not out yet. All right, well, motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the appointment of Naisha Williams to Director of Employee and Labor Relations. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Doizan.
Good evening, Board President Ceballos, Vice President Abiles Grande, Board, Superintendent Ariano, Cabinet, and our SBCUSD community. Tonight it is my pleasure to introduce our new Director of Employee and Labor Relations, Mrs. Naisha Williams. Mrs. Williams joins us from the Cucamonga School District, where she currently serves as the Director of Expanded Learning Programs. She brings an extensive experience in labor relations, negotiations, and systems-oriented leadership, including active participation on bargaining teams and a strong understanding of interest-based negotiation principles. She is recognized for her detailed, collaborative, service-oriented, and solutions-focused leadership style, along with strong knowledge of investigations, compliance processes, timelines, and coaching practices centered on growth and continuous improvement. We believe her skill set will not only complement the work of our division in HR, but also strengthen the support provided to our district and school leaders, employees, and union partners. Even during challenging conversation or times of disagreement, she has consistently been described as professional, collaborative, thoughtful, and an exceptional listener. Her calm demeanor, transparency, strong communication skills, and broad experience both across site and district leadership roles make her well prepared for this next level of leadership within our San Bernardino City Unified School District. And we're excited for what's ahead. At this time, please join me in welcoming Mrs. Naisha Williams, our new Director of Employee and Labor Relations.
Good evening, Board President Ceballos and Superintendent Ariano, board members, cabinet, as well as the SBCUSD community. I want to start by simply saying thank you. This opportunity is really amazing. I'm excited, grateful, and honestly happy to be returning to San Bernardino City Unified School District after about 13 years. My early years in education were shaped here, so being able to return is really full circle for me. I want to thank Dr. Doizan, the Human Resources team, and Mr. Chavez for your time and confidence in me throughout this process. I look forward to building upon the systems you've already created and relationships already in place. Most importantly, I want to thank my family and friends who have always supported me and been my biggest cheerleaders. Tonight, I have here with me my husband, my kids, and my mother, and I also have family and friends watching on Zoom. I truly would not be where I am without all of their love, encouragement, support, and constant belief in me. I come to this position with over 21 years in education, serving in multiple leadership roles, including teacher, program facilitator, instructional coach, assistant principal, and now my most recent role as a director. Throughout my career, I've always believed strong relationships, clear systems, communication, and accountability are what help organizations move forward and help people feel supported. What stood out to me most throughout this process was the district's focus on people, collaboration, and creating environments where both employees and students can thrive. The idea that San Bernardino City Unified School District shines is something you can truly feel through the district's commitment to schools and community. As I join the team, I really hope that you will see in me as a leader that I'm very collaborative, I'm relationship oriented, I'm solutions oriented, and I'm committed to supporting the Vision 2030 as I move forward. I look forward to learning, building relationships, and contributing in a positive way to the district. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I'm very excited for this next chapter and grateful to come back and serve this district again.
Thank you. Welcome. We're very happy that you're returning and happy to have you here. All right. 7.2, approval of revised job description, facilities use manager.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mr. Santos. Vote, please. Oh, that's me. Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt. Ms. Aviles Grande. Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman. Mrs. Alexander. Aye. Thank you. 7.2, 7.3, HR Cert -25-26-16ER. Can I get a motion?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wyatt, second by Mr. Santos. Vote please, Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt. Ms. Aviles Grande. Aye. Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman. Mrs. Alexander. Aye. Motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to suspend without pay pending dismissal and to dismiss the following certificated employee from his or her employment with the district, HR-Cert-25-26-16ER. Sorry. 7.4, expulsion of students. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Dr. Wyatt and second by Mr. Tillman. Vote please. Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt. Ms. Aviles Grande. Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman. Mrs. Alexander. Motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of hearing panel based on a review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the student with ID numbers as listed in accordance with board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900. 7.5, students recommended for expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of correction. Can I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote please. Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Mrs. Aviles Grande. Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mrs. Alexander. Aye. Motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation of findings of facts of positive youth development, orders the suspension or expulsion of the students with the ID numbers as listed in accordance with board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900. 7.6, readmitted expulsion of students. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wyatt, second by Mr. Santos. Vote please, Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Aviles Grande. Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman. Mrs. Alexander. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorizes readmission of the following students with ID numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Bernardino City Unified School District in accordance with board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900. 7.7, petition to expunge, rescind, sealing of record, or modify youth court expulsion.
Second. So moved.
It was moved by, thank you, Mr. Tillman. It was moved by Dr. Wyatt and second by Mr. Santos. Vote please, Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Aviles Grande. Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mrs. Alexander. Aye. Thank you. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the expulsion and or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the students with ID numbers as listed to schools of the San Bernardino City Unified School District in accordance with board rules, regulations, and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900. 7.8, other closed session action. There is none at this time. 8.0 student board members, 8.1 reports and comments. And I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Barrios.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carlos Barrios, and I am the student representative of Cajon High School. I'd like to start off by thanking our sports coaches. As a senior who has competed in several sports throughout high school, I have been reflecting a lot on my growth as a student and as a person, and I keep coming back to the important role that sports have played in my life, as well as the lives of many other students. Our coaches are often some of their greatest role models and sources of inspiration. They teach us lessons that go far beyond the game, helping us build discipline, courage, passion, teamwork, and resilience. These are the skills that do not just create strong athletes, but also strong students, leaders, and well-rounded citizens. Because of the dedication and guidance of our coaches, many SBC USD students have been able to grow athletically, academically, and personally. Their impact reaches far beyond wins and losses, and I'm truly grateful for the role that they have played in helping students succeed. But getting into the high schools, recently at Indian Springs High School, students have celebrated their prom, creating beautiful moments and memories for them to cherish. They also have held their senior sunset and senior rally in honor of upcoming graduates for their hard work and dedication. Today, juniors are attending their beach trip, which will be earned as an incentive for their strong attendance during test weeks. And Indian Springs also creates a celebrated community on their high school campus through sash ceremonies and various other pathways. As for Cajon High School, students have recently begun receiving preliminary reports from state testing, and they're looking pretty good. And to celebrate that, our principal has given us a temporary extended lunch, which is definitely liked on campus. Cajon is also preparing to celebrate its seniors with grad night and Disneyland just tomorrow. Also, senior sunset is going to be this Friday. But beyond senior activities, Cajon students continue to stay active in the community. On May 23rd, Cajon students will be hosting a film festival across the street right at Sturgis for free for anybody that wants to attend. Beyond that, our ICUC club will be hosting the mayoral debate at the Garcia Center and giving students another opportunity to really get themselves in the conversation. As for San Andres High School, they recently have been celebrating both student achievements and community connection. They've held their island graduation ceremony, which honored culture, heritage, and accomplishments of our students. San Andres is also continuing to support a larger community. On May 24th, they'll be hosting the mobile food pantry for families and community members to access for free. In addition, they recently hosted a blood drive, giving students the opportunity to take part in community service and give back to those in need. Together, these events show how San Andres continues to create a safe space for celebration, student achievement, and community support. I'd really also like to mention that at our last SLAC meeting, students were introduced to our new chief of police, which we're so grateful for. And more than that, we were also able to really get a showcase on all the pathways that go throughout all the high schools with different brochures and different events that they do. So that helps students really get access to learning about what different schools have to offer and furthering advancing the district's goal of expanding our pathways. But to end today's updates for me, I'd really like to thank the board for the continued support in providing students with opportunities like the ones that I spoke about today. These experiences help us grow our skills, explore our interests, and prepare for future success. Lastly, with my deepest gratitude, I'd really like to thank our student board member advisor, Ms. Rogers. She has dedicated so much time, so much passion and mentorship to us, and I feel that I can speak for all the student board members when I say that she's left a very positive impact on every single one of us, from teaching us how to communicate professionally in work environments to making TikToks with us on the TSA line before my first ever flight. She's gone above and beyond in her role, and she's shown her genuine care for students and student leaders across the whole district. And she continues to play an important role in supporting students' voices across the district. So once again, thank you very much.
Oh, that was really nice. Thank you so much for your support, Ms. Rogers. Next up, Ms. Hernandez Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Brisa Hernandez Garcia. I'm a senior at Middle College High School. And I would first like to say congratulations to Dr. Jefferson, the senior avid teacher at Middle College High School, who recently got her PhD, graduating from the Pomona colleges. So congratulations, because she's now Dr. Jefferson. So at Middle College last week, the juniors visited Cal Baptist University, and they also finished up their CASP testing. This past Saturday, 41 or roughly 80% of the MCHS seniors walked the stage at San Bernardino Valley College's commencement ceremony, all of whom earned one or more associate's degrees, including myself. This means that 41% of our students have earned an associate degree before earning their high school degree, which is kind of funny. On Monday, the seniors had their senior sunset at Laguna Beach, and today they had their senior luncheon, which is hosted by the juniors. And on Thursday, the seniors will have their grad night at Disneyland, and next week, the seniors will have their senior crossing on Tuesday, and finally on Friday, the seniors will all walk the stage at graduation. Next, for Arroyo Valley High School, currently, they introduced their new ASB executive cabinet, an incredible group of students who will be shaping the school's culture and committing to building and creating meaningful events and our school spirit. They also had their spring VAPA celebration, which was a celebration of arts with such vibrant colors, musics, and unforgettable moments. Continuing with this, the yearbook was distributed, and their senior breakfast made the seniors feel a whirlwind of so many emotions. For sports, they also congratulated their spring student athletes who have officially been named the all-league teams. From the field, track, and on the court of all those students athletes proved all season with their dedication and talent to exceeding the standard. Finally, at Pacific High School, AP testing and NWA assessments are wrapped up. Bite of Reality is May 27th, which is a ThinkWise event where it teaches students about future financing. The PLTW biomedical pathway is getting ready for their senior defenses with industry advisors on the 20th, and the end of year exams are coming up. Students are getting ready to think of graduation activities, the ThinkWise breakfast, grad walks, and they had a great time at grad night recently. Yesterday at SLAC, the different CTE programs from the high schools came to showcase what they had to offer. We also had presentations from the Director of Secondary Education, as well as linked learning program specialist, and the school police chief, John Gutierrez, also joined us. And finally, the new student board members for MCHS, Sanji, and Cajon were all elected. So congratulations to all of them. And to continue on what Aiden said, or not what Aiden said, sorry, what Carlos said earlier, I would like to thank Miss Rogers. This year would not have been the same without her. So we just want to appreciate you from the sincerest bottom of my heart. Thank you for being there for us.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Jones.
So my name is Ivrion Jones. I attend San Gorgonio High School. I am currently in the 12th grade, and this is my last and final board meeting. I will be attending the University of Redlands next year. So I just want to start off with a little message. You know, serving as a student board member, I truly want to thank all of you all for allowing us to sit on this board along with you all as students. You know, and we're not even, half of us weren't even adults when we first got here, and 2 of us are out of the 3 now. But you know, we really appreciate you guys for allowing us to all sit here and give us the voice and really be able to do more than what we've known. You know, over this past year, I really have learned a lot, and not only just about leadership and education, but about relationships, services, and just about having the importance of people who support you. You know, just as much as you guys do. First, I just want to thank Miss Rogers, Mrs. Cunningham, and Miss Post for always working with us, guiding me, supporting me, and being there throughout this journey the whole time. You know, they have really ultimately have given the patience, the encouragement, and belief to make a difference for us all. Also, I would love to thank Dr. Rodriguez, who has shown me a lot of support from the beginning, just as a student board member elect, allowing me to throw the first pitch at the 66ers baseball game with Mr. Santos and Dr. Funches. Also, to taking us to the state capitol and giving us a tour back in December. So I really appreciate Dr. Rodriguez for that. I also would like to thank someone who I call a brother, which is Carlos Barrios from Cajon High School. He has really been there. He has really gone throughout the way with me as well. We both came here just as seniors on our first year as board members, and we didn't know much, but we've ultimately came a long way. Also, I would love to thank Brisa from Middle College. You know, she has not only just became, you know, a student board member colleague, but also a friend, and also I consider a mentor. To all of our board members and cabinet, I would also thank you guys for treating me with the utmost respect from day one. You guys have allowed me to have a voice, as I stated before, and you guys have truly made us all feel welcome in this position and have really, like, I don't even know. I consider this my second family, just being completely honest. I would also love to give a special thanks to Chief Gutierrez. You know, since his first day as chief, he contacted me and has been working with me almost every single day. Anything I've asked him for, he's been there for. And just ultimately, he showed up yesterday when I invited him last minute to the Slack meeting about 2 weeks before, and then he did whatever he can to show up for about 30 minutes for us, and I really appreciate that. So I just want to just end this off with that I really appreciate all of you guys once again, and I don't think I would change this position for anything. And it really has changed my high school experience, and it has been the best high school experience. So thank you all.
Wow, thank you so much. And is it the last board meeting for all of you? No? Okay. Yeah.
I'll still be here in June.
Okay, but you're graduating this year too, right? Yeah. Wow. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for that. You know, amazing last words. Me personally, I've seen you guys just grow and develop this year. When you first started, you know, it's a little nerve-wracking at first. You know, I remember when I first got elected and you know, sitting up here and, you know, going back and interacting with your peers, but I've just seen the growth that you guys have done, even just sharing your reports. And so thank you all for being part of us and showing interest in, you know, the Slack club and encouraging your peers to do the same as well. So you're going to be missed. Come back, share with us the great things that you guys are all doing. Don't forget us. And we look forward to all the great things that you're going to do. And as Superintendent Arellano loves to say, when you get out there and they ask you where you're from, what are you going to say?
You're darn right, we're from San Bernardino.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to 9.0. Administrative reports and presentations, 9.1 artificial intelligence. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Applegate.
Thank you. So good evening, President Ceballos and Vice President Aviles Grande, Board, Mr. Arellano, our cabinet, and I see much of our AET staff out here, so shout out to them. Big round of applause. You guys are amazing. So, and to our viewing audience, tonight, Board, you're going to hear a little bit about SBCUSD's AI journey. Very exciting. As educational services leader, we are committed to making sure that our AI implementation really is responsible, ethical, and it's effective for instruction. And we are very thoughtful about everything that we're doing towards AI implementation. Our AET, under the direction of Dr. Cleveland team, is leading the way to ensure the new technology is helping us to extend learning, expand innovation, and highly engaged students. It's our duty to make sure that AI serves to enhance learning and doesn't distract from it. So we would like to take this opportunity to tell you we take that responsibility very seriously, and you'll see through the presentation that it has been very well thought out, and so I'm very proud of the team under your guidance, Board. So I will go ahead and pass it over to Dr. Cleveland so she can get us started. Thank you.
All right, well, good evening, President and Vice President Aviles Grande, Cabinet, Board. We are very excited to be here tonight to talk through where we have gone since we were last together to talk about AI in June of last year. I do want to recognize the team that is sitting behind me, and they are representative not only of AET, but across our Educational Services Division, the work that our teams are doing with our educators and our students out in our classrooms to really be responsible about the innovation that we can potentially see in district with these tools. So tonight we are going to go through 3 different areas. We're going to take you on a journey through kind of 3 chapters of the work that we've been doing in implementation for AI. We're going to start with talking through what we've done with AI literacy. And then we're going to move into talking about professional learning and development for our educators, and then provide you with a little bit of a window into the tools and resources that have been out in our classrooms with our students and our teachers. I do want to pay special attention to something that Mrs. Applegate started with as we get started with the presentation, and that really is the idea that these tools are here to enhance, extend, make learning innovative and relevant for our students. But with all of the conversation around AI tonight, I want everybody to remember that our humans have to remain at the center of the work that are going on in our classrooms. So what you see before you on the screen is an infographic that kind of shows the journey of this work around AI. It has been intentional and it has been phased in over time. We began in 2024 with looking at literacy, building foundation, building awareness in the team that sits behind me, because they are going to be the thought partners and the leaders that push out into the organization to help people understand what AI is and what the capabilities are within the educational system. I want to highlight that there has been measurable impact of these tools in the system, and you kind of see a couple of those data points up there on the screen, and we're going to talk a little bit further later in the presentation, but we are seeing these tools impact our system, in particular for our educators, by helping them remove some things from their plate, by making the work more efficient, more creative, and saving them time, and that time is being returned to relationship building and time spent with our kids. And so as we kind of look at this implementation roadmap tonight, that's what I want us all to remember, that at the end of the day, we're really looking at impact for our students and the impact that those tools have for that. The other piece that I want to underscore is that we were very intentional and conservative as we got started on this path. And as Mrs. Applegate and I kind of met to talk about where do we want to get started, we had a lot of people asking us for many things in the system. And we really held firm to being intentional around building the foundations for AI literacy and the guardrails for our educators and students, staying away from the shiny objects and the kind of the trends of the time, and really making sure that we were intentional about building good literacy and choosing good tools to be using in the system. So as we move through the presentation, you're going to see a lot of really great things that technology can do. But at the end of the day, our humans who are in the classroom, our educators, our teachers, they are the most important resource in our classrooms. Technology is amazing, but it can never replace relationships. AI is powerful when it is used to strengthen relationships, to create innovation, and create relevance in our classrooms. We cannot forget the human connection. So in San Bernardino City Unified, how have we been approaching thinking, working, and learning with AI? We approach it as a tool, not the goal. Teaching and learning give technology its purpose. Ethical use depends on transparency, collaboration, and values. And we are not doing AI. Many times we'll be with colleagues in other districts and the question will come up, and many of you have probably been in these conversations as well. How are you guys doing AI? And I was always kind of correct people, say, we're not doing AI. We are using AI. We are putting it to work for us. It is a tool. These are tools and resources. Shiny objects, the newest trends, that's not the goal with these tools. Deep implementation and academic progress for our students, outcomes, the innovation, the engagement of our students, that's where we see the most value.
Can I pause you for a second, Mr. Tillman?
I just want to stop you on this page because you talk about ethical use depends on transparency. My real concern with the use of AI in terms of the district, because some of our students only have access to the internet and a device because we give them that. And we don't have full control over what's in AI. And so I just want to make sure every time we do a presentation with parents, there has to be a disclaimer that we don't control AI. We have no way of knowing what AI is going to tell their student because we don't. I mean, the weirdest thing to me is you can have a conversation. And the scary part is, as a young person, and you talk about the value of a human being, but as a young person, you could easily get lost in having this conversation and just assuming somehow this is like a person. And I'm as an IT person, I did IT professionally my whole life. I think it's crazy that a person would have a conversation with a computer, and it's just weird. And the problem is this: when they have all this discussion about everything that AI is going to eliminate, the reason why it doesn't make sense because a person has to be held accountable. We can never lose sight of that. And it's our responsibility, if we're given these devices and access to it, that we have the disclaimer that I don't know what your child's going to hear in a response from AI. We have to tell the parents that, because it might be some crazy, way out there stuff. Because the crazier the question gets that you ask AI, you don't know what the response is going to be. And that's something that we have to keep telling parents. I get scary when we do presentations for AI and act like we have it all under control, because we don't. And that every time we talk to parents, we have to tell them that. We do not control AI. When your child has a discussion, we don't have a way of putting bumpers and guards on the conversation that it has with it. Unless I'm wrong, you guys can tell me there's some tools out there that can guarantee it gives a response that we want. And I don't think that exists. And so I just hope, and I'm going to encourage us to ensure that we put that out there. We don't control it. We just don't. And for the parents who give their kids phones, they need to know they have access to AI because everybody wants to give it to them. Now, I think it's going to be a bait and switch. They're going to give us all these tools for free. And at some point, they're going to come back and say, okay, you like it, you love it, you're used to it, you built your whole business on it, now we're going to start charging you. So you got to get ready for that. That's going to happen. It's like the free email. At some point, it goes away.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
I just have one quick question. So I see on this other paper, it says that you have it says a 449% surge usage in ChatGPT and EDU adoption. So my question exactly is ultimately, and then I see also you guys have put on here 36,420 hours saved. So are you guys doing a survey with this? It's actually two questions. So the first question is this throughout a survey? And then the second question is, how are the teachers or how is our staff members actually using the AI, and what AI are they exactly using?
So these are data sources that are pulled from the applications that are in use out in our classrooms. So whether that would be ChatGPT and the Edu platform, Brisk, Formative, those are the main tools that we track at the district level. As we get further into the presentation, we're going to talk through what some of those tools are and how they're being used by educators and the professional learning that's being done to help educators use these tools, implement, and integrate them with our regular district adopted curriculum.
Thank you. You can continue.
Okay. So when we look at technology, it is ever evolving in the system. And so the graphic that you see displayed for you is a visual representation of how technology has not only been an integral part of education over the past several decades, but how it has also shifted how we learn. And so you can see in the 1960s, we were very much driven by lecture, chalkboards, very teacher direct led instruction. And as time has evolved, we have used technology more and more as it's become available in education and classrooms. You see in the 1990s and the 2000s, we saw the introduction of individual computers, computer labs, things like that that gave kids access. In the early 2000s, we saw the influence of interactive television displays. And as we pushed towards the pandemic, we were nearing one-to-one devices. Coming out of the pandemic, every student was one-to-one, and we saw the emergence of AI. And AI is the new frontier of technology. And there is a lot of unknowns because it is ever-changing. It does change every single day. There are different technology vendors and companies that approach it differently. And it is very important that as we move through this new evolution, that we are maintaining that teaching and learning remains at the forefront, and that we use these tools to support how kids learn in the classroom based on its value for teaching and learning. And as we do that, we do have to be very transparent and have guardrails. And that's part of what the AI literacy piece is about and why it's been so important that it's been our foundation to doing this work. As we push forward, one of the things that we have to remember is prior to the pandemic, a lot of people talked about there being a digital divide for students, for districts, for different communities across the country. And that digital divide at that time was access. Could every single student in a community have a device and have access to the internet? That digital divide was wiped out during the pandemic. And now, with the influence of new technology, the new digital divide becomes, do we as educators and as a system know how to use these tools to help our students become literate with them, become able to use them, because as they graduate us and go out into the workforce, into university, into a career pathway, they will be expected to interact and be literate with these tools. And so that's our new divide that we have to cross, and we've got to bridge that divide together. And I think the work that we're doing in particular around literacy and knowledge for not only our educators and our students is an important piece to that. So the items that you see up on the screen are the principles that we really have been holding to. We talked about these a little bit last June, but the importance and the introduction of AI literacy across the system, and that being done with our parents, with our staff members, and with our students. The importance of researching and then pushing forward and vetting the highest quality tools. If you look at the tools available in the market right now that are considered AI, the market is saturated. And so one of the things that public ed institutions have to do is be very, very vigilant for what is the highest quality, best tools that we can put in place for our teachers and our students. And then those are the ones that we curate. Those are the ones that we provide professional development around and support our teachers in using. Making human experience the main thing. It cannot be about the tool. It has to be about students and learning and our teachers' relationships with their students remaining at the forefront. Student learning is always our product, and we have to provide appropriate modeling for appropriate use of AI. And this is where we cannot always make everybody do the right thing, but we can certainly model what that looks like, and we can model it for our students and help them understand the right and wrong ways to use tools. We started this work this year with our parents, and so in coordination with Dr. Gonzalez over in our family engagement department, alongside Dr. Clyde out of STEAM and Mr. Cecil Wright in IT. We've been meeting with our parents in a series of sessions around AI, and that has been to introduce our parents to what it is, how they can support their students from a home perspective, and build their knowledge around what these tools are, the capability, what they should be looking for at home, how they can use these tools as parents, because there are a lot of good options for our parents to be able to use these tools as communication tools as well. And so the work that we've done with our parents will continue into next year, but it really is about building their knowledge and their understanding so that they're able to support their students at home. I believe you guys have seen these a couple of times. We have guidelines in place for staff and students. We developed clear expectations and safeguards for both our educators and our students. These guidelines emphasize privacy, responsible use, accuracy of tools, transparency, and owning your own cognitive work. And that is part of what modeling AI tools looks like in the classroom, helping students to understand that there's a time and a place for the tools, and there's a time when we don't use them. And what does that look like, and how do we help make those decisions? And so these guidelines are embedded as part of digital citizenship in our classrooms. Teachers have been professionally developed around these guidelines, and so we're going to continue that work as we push into the year. But this is something that we did first and foremost before the introduction of tools in the system.
Let me pause you again. Mr. Tillman?
This is just a question, but isn't, maybe it's just the people I'm around are bad people, but isn't like AI, the nature of it is, I had an assignment or at work or school, and I used AI to do it without the person I'm giving it to knowing it? That's the stories I hear. I had to do something for the boss, and I had the AI listen to all the meetings, and they wrote this great report, and I sent him this email. He said it's the best report I ever gave him, and he didn't know I used AI.
I would say that's probably a non-example of AI in our system. That would be something, an example that a teacher might walk students through when using and talking through these guidelines with their class, because that would be a non-example. That is not an appropriate use and or model of what we would want AI tools to look like in education.
But that's my point, though. I'm not talking about what you're supposed to do, but I'm saying, is that common? That people are using AI to do things that really they're not supposed to be using it for. Isn't that, am I missing it, or is that, I hear that so much, that's why I'm asking the question.
Mr. Tillman, I would say that you are probably accurate that some people use it in that way, but what Dr. Cleveland is going to present to you is that we have provided such a structured way of using AI that we're changing mindsets of kids on how they're supposed to use it. So specifically, an example I saw with a school back in Houston when I went to a conference, the teacher had a writing assignment with the 5 components of writing. And for brainstorming, they were only allowed to use AI to brainstorm. That was the only tool they could use, a particular AI tool. Next, when they did their rough draft, they were only allowed to use this particular, and the teacher keeps an eye on that. So they don't have open access to everything. Our system is secure. We have the tools that we purchased. They look at that, and IT is able to see if the kids are trying to log on somewhere else. So yeah, of course people will do that, but our goal is to really teach kids not to do that.
Sure that, I guess it's so new and it's changing so quickly. And I really think we'll make a mistake if we think that we have the best tool and we standardize on something. I don't think this is something you can do that with. I think you got to constantly take input and suggestions for your different users, whether it's teachers or people doing stuff in the admin. They're all going to find different tools, and we have to be flexible to say, okay, yeah, we can let you use that, let you use this. because it's going to be changing, real quick. But I gotta say, everyone has access to it. It's not what we're giving them. I really think you don't have to teach kids how to use AI because it's going to be something that's going to make their life easier. They'll be doing it better than we do. And I don't really think we should lose sight of that. I think you benefit by understanding that you're going to have some students that are going to be experts in getting anything and everything done with AI. And just, I don't know where the exact future is, but it's just so powerful and it's so easily accessed. You know what I mean? So I think we make a mistake if we think we control it all. I understand what you're saying in terms of trying to create guidelines, but I really think the nature of it is that it can do so much for people, even the stuff that it's not supposed to do in terms of what the rules we want to make for it.
Thank you. Mrs. Alexander?
Thank you. I just have one question. In reference to the guidelines, what are the guardrails around that? Because if there are guidelines, the staff, do they have to sign something to say, I went through training and so that certifies them?
Yeah, these particular guidelines are teaching tools. So this serves as ways to structure embedded lessons around digital citizenship. That is separate from the board policy around acceptable use and the technology use agreement that educators all sign at the beginning of the year. And that has additional guardrails in it. There is a new administrative regulation that includes the use of AI that will be live for us as well. And that supports the board policy around technology use. So there are other guardrails outside of the usable guidelines in the classroom.
Thank you. You can continue.
All right, so when we think about the piece about trust and academic integrity, because that is probably one of the hottest topics, is how are we modeling for students to not use these tools incorrectly? We want to give them a model of how to interact with these tools, and we want our teachers to be able to have clarity and transparency. So what you see on the screen right now is an example of a way that our teachers can assign an assignment and then communicate to students as part of that assignment what is allowable that is an AI tool. Can you use the tool for research? Can you use it to help you brainstorm for writing? Can you use it to develop a video? All of those kind of allowable pieces. This is a tool that gives those students that information clearly up front before they start the assignment. This also allows the student to then communicate back to the teacher, these are the tools that I used. I went on Google Gemini and I used Gemini to help me brainstorm. And so as teachers and students move through using these tools, they can communicate about how do we use these things in practice? What worked well for you? What didn't? Keeping at the forefront that student thought and owning your own cognitive work still remains the most important. Having our students think and work with these tools and be able to communicate with each other and write is still the most important piece. And that's the part about being human that we have to keep at the forefront. Tools like this, and this particular example was actually designed by a group of students. It's now part of the Google extension suite, and it's called AI Trust You. In our own schools, we have a couple that are working on their own versions of tools like this that are centered in their own context, that those staff members have come together and said, we really want to have a communication tool that's just for Pacific High School or just for Serrano Middle School that communicates with students how things are being used. But it's all part of helping our students to understand, when is it appropriate? When is it not appropriate? And because when they do go out in the workforce and an employee does say, go do this task, and they do it all in chat, that might not be the best choice. But if our students are regularly interacting with these tools now and learning what the guardrails are and when they should and shouldn't be using it, they're going to be much more adept and nimble and flexible themselves as these tools change and they're out in the workforce. And that's always our goal.
Thank you. I'm going to stop you right there, Ms. Aviles Grande. Go ahead.
Yes, just a question. When they, let's say they go to do their research, and I'm just, I'm taking for granted they have to write the bibliography, or they have to annotate all their research, the bad part about it, all that. But now I noticed that when we look up something on AI or Chat GPT or whatever, they throw out all this wonderful information, and at the end there's always the list of their resources. Now, do the students go and take those resources and actually look into the resources where the information came from that spit it all out? And do they have to use those researches? Do they have permission to use those researches in their research paper?
That would be dependent upon the task. So what they were being asked to do, how the educator designed it, and what the educator was communicating to the students about what they were expecting for them to use and cite. And so that is why tools like these are really important, because if you're in a classroom, you're with freshman English, and you're asking them to do a research report, you could say you're allowed to use Gemini to brainstorm ideas for research articles. But the expectation is once you have that list, you need to go pull those articles, do your own reading. You can go back to help it create citations for you. But those are all guardrails that we have to build awareness around for our teachers to be able to communicate to our students.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tillman?
So on this page where it says trust and academic integrity, you don't have the box checked for writing. What does that mean?
So this is an actual example of one that was provided to a student. So if it's not checked, then that was something that they were not to use it for in this particular assignment.
So is it ever used? Do you ever get an assignment where they say you can use it to write?
Yes, there will be instances where an educator may say, yes, you may use Gemini to help you craft a statement. We're actually going to show an example of that later on tonight.
And I guess my big question is this. I'm assuming we still give homework, right?
Sometimes.
And do we ever give homework and tell them not to use AI to help you write and expect them not to?
That goes back to this whole conversation about the trust and academic integrity. I think, and what Mrs. Applegate said is 100% right. We can't control everything that they're doing when they're not with us. Right. And so we recommend usually that these tools, as we're using them in our classrooms, are used in class, as we recommend with all of our curriculum, so that we're the human in the loop, that we're the ones working with the students on these tools, that we're there as a guide, as a facilitator of this learning. But we cannot, and you'll never be able to keep every student from going home and using things that they have access to. But what we want to do is plant seeds and model for them so that there may be an awareness that they may stop and say, you know what? The top of this paper that my teacher gave me says, I'm not really supposed to use it in this way. So I'm going to stop and I'm going to think about how can I use it to help me? And I'm going to go back and ask questions, and the teachers are going to be able to model what that looks like in the classroom for students.
Well, let me say this. I really think it's important that somehow in the classroom that at least once during a year, maybe more, there's an assignment given that uses no technology. A written assignment. If we don't do that, then you actually could have students that don't know how to write and getting straight A's. If you're just doing it based on an assignment that you get to go home and write. I mean, if AI is as good as it is, me being an IT person, I would say, write me a report that the teacher can't identify as being created by you. Why wouldn't I do that? And then it creates a report that I can turn in that it's not, that you can identify as being generated by AI. There's no way there'll be no way for you to verify it. That's why I say I hope that we don't think that writing these rules are going to really guarantee that you can control what a student does at home. So I just hope that there's something in the classrooms, because I think it's important that students still are able to write on their own. I don't know how much of it, I don't think it's as important as it used to be in terms of spelling and that kind of thing, but I really still think it's important for them to have the basics of how to write a paper. But I think the only way you're gonna be able to do that is to actually have them write the paper in the classroom with no devices around whatsoever.
I don't think any of the educators sitting in this room would disagree with you about the importance of not doing everything on devices.
Thank you. And I just want to chime in a little bit. I think if I'm, hearing Mr. Tillman and Mr. Tillman's concerns and, kind of hearing what you're sharing, the way I view it is, and, Mr. Tillman, forgive my simplification example, my oversimplified example, but it's the way I'm seeing it and the way I'm understanding it, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of like sex ed, right? So you teach it, you expose students to it, but you don't have control of what they do outside of the classroom with that information. And so, or, providing them contraceptives or what have you, they're going to go out and they're going to, behave the way that they want to behave. But I think that there's a really important piece is that exposure, that teaching moment, because I agree, and you're right, that they're going to be exposed to that outside of the classroom and even, in their jobs as adults and so forth, but never being exposed to it or never really having a structured, responsible adult sitting in front of them to really explain and unravel, what it is and what it means. I think that there's a lot of value to that. But in the same token, I think I understand some of the concerns that you have with regards to, children losing the ability or students losing the ability to read and write and think, on their own without utilizing the technology. And that's a real concern. And just to even expand on that concern, in special education, a lot of times, one of my biggest concerns that I have is when students start getting older in grades, we already do that for them anyway. We provide so many accommodations to gauge their knowledge in a different way that is not through, write this or, read this. We're assessing comprehension in a different way. And that's a big concern that I have for special education students, period, because we're providing so many accommodations, and the accommodations are meant to balance, their ability to continue to progress through the years, in school. But at the same time are we teaching them those foundational skills? And I think that that's really kind of like at the heart of like what I'm understanding. And I do agree, we do want to make sure that we're being very clear when we're, going back to educators and saying we are not to rely solely on technology, but I agree that there is an importance in exposure. So how you can assure us of that, I don't know.
Let me say, I think it's great that you can give an assignment and let them use whatever tools they want and turn it in, because that's the reality of work. If the boss gives you an assignment to get something done, and you can use whatever tools, as long as the product is what they want, who cares how you got it done, right? So why would you be forced to do it another way? To me, you check the box and write it. Just do the whole thing using AI, right? But I still think what I'm saying is they can do the assignments, but the kid got to be able to read. The kid has to be able to write. So you can't just let them do assignments using AI from beginning to the end is what I guess I'm saying. I think it's important to be able to read and write still.
I think as we get further into you seeing how these tools are being used, I think it will be very clear that our intent and the reason that we've been very conservative and very intentional about the choices that we're making is that we want these tools embedded in our district curriculum, pacing, and materials so that we are not reliant upon these tools and they do not become the focal point. We are not doing AI. We are using these tools to extend and enhance the curriculum and the materials and the work that we're already doing. And so it doesn't remove the need for early literacy. It doesn't remove the need for students to learn how to write and communicate well in a written way. It doesn't remove the importance of understanding math concepts, but these tools can support that. They can extend students' access to doing things with that knowledge that make it innovative, that make it relevant to the world that we're going to graduate them into.
Thank you.
All right, so as we close up this piece on literacy, I want to extend and really emphasize that the only tools that we're using in classrooms are district approved tools. Data privacy, our student data, safety, all of those pieces, very important to us. We are vetting tools. We are making sure that they are of the highest quality and that they align to the systems and the expectations we have for student privacy. As we work with our staff and as we work in classrooms with students, there is no replacement of our educators in the classroom. These tools are not teacher replacements. They are there to support our teachers and help them to make their lives a little bit easier and take things off their plates, but they are not replacements for that human in the classroom. An age-appropriate implementation of tools is another thing that is really important. As we have done this work, we have partnered with places like Stanford to look at research. We have partnered with our friends at the county who are also doing a lot of similar work across the county. And we are aligned to the CDE expectations for what their recommendations are for age-appropriate use in classrooms. And that looks different for our younger elementary versus what's available to our high school kids that are in pathways.
Oh, it was a new light. I apologize.
So I just want to get a clear understanding. What does this mean? It says responsible implementation. Mean implementation of AI in the district?
Being aware and responsible of the tools as they're being used, yes.
And what does it mean by district approved tools only?
We are using tools in the system that have gone through the district technology committee and have partnerships with site that has appropriate data protection agreements.
But I'm asking a question. So you're saying that this is for the employee or the student?
Which page are you on? That is for overall implementation in the district for both our students and our staff for technology that's being used.
Right. So you said this is approved tools only. You mean district approved AI tools only?
Yes.
So
I mean, any educational technology tools, generative AI is a portion of those.
No, but I guess I want to be clear. So this is not pertaining to any and all AI tools.
This is talking about tools that are currently in use that we have purchased for use at the district in our classrooms, have gone through an approval process so that they are vetted for use in our classrooms.
I got that part, but you're not saying that you only can use those tools. Because if you don't, a phone comes out new every other month and it has AI on it. So you're not suggesting that they're not going to use the AI on their phones if it's not approved by the district, right?
Their individual student phones? No. I'm talking about tools that we're providing to teachers to use in classrooms with students.
Let me put it this way. When I worked at the county, they wanted me to do this policy about the cloud. And they said, okay, we're not going to allow any cloud storage unless it's approved. And I had to tell them, but you guys are buying iPhones. Everything in the iPhone is stored to a cloud. You don't know where that information is stored. But they didn't see it that way. They didn't understand the concept that you're using cloud and don't even know it. It's gonna be the same thing here. I don't understand. You say you only can use. The only part is what gets me. District approved tools. I'm fine with using district approved tools, but what does the only mean?
But Mr. Tillman, if you look at the heading there, it says responsible implementation. As a district, as ed services, we need to have some guardrails. So we know there's inappropriate content out there and kids break into it all the time. But we can't say it's okay. We have to say that we have certain tools that are district approved because they're more secure and they've been vetted.
If you're talking about AI, you're not suggesting that you only can use district approved tools.
Well, we are suggesting that for our kids as a district.
And I'm telling you, that's the mistake.
Well, they're not supposed to access inappropriate content either. So, but we don't say, you can go ahead and go out on the internet and get whatever you want. As a district, we need to have those securities for our kids. That's our responsibility.
That's because there's no way you can't say.
No, you're right. We're in that boat right now. They can go out into the internet and they break into it frequently.
But my point is, why would you put on paper that you only can use district approved tools, knowing that people are going to be using all kinds of AI tools?
I think if I may interject, the way I'm reading this is responsible implementation should be district approved tools only. That's not suggesting that that's all they have access to. That's just suggesting, hey, if you're going to use these tools responsibly, you should be using district approved tools only.
And that makes no sense. I'm telling you, the technology changes too fast. People are going to be using AI tools you know nothing about. And when you say only, you're suggesting they're doing something wrong when they use something that's not district approved. You're not going to get that from our employees or the students. So why write it? It goes back to the same thing. You can say, I can see you saying we want to use district approved tools, but you can't say only.
Mr. Tillman, right now we have district approved novels, district approved curriculum, district approved many things. And when kids veer out from that and they have other novels that are very explicit or other things like that, we don't condone that. Obviously we can't control it, but it's our responsibility to be responsible and kind of try to put some guardrails on some of those materials. But kids will get their hands on other things. Our goal, as Ms. Ceballos said, for responsible implementation is to try to maintain that integrity for the tools that we've vetted. We cannot control if they go out and do other things. But as a district, we have to try to maybe have some kind of guardrails, for what we're doing.
Say that did nothing. But maybe I'm missing something. I don't understand why you're writing that it has to be district approved tools only. If you're talking about AI, the students' phones have AI on them. So Mrs. Abigail, you're telling me that when a kid goes home, he can't use his phone, his AI phone? If he does, the AI on the phone, if it's not approved by the district, then they're out of compliance?
Well, it's our goal for them to be using district tools. But again, when they go home, we can't control. But as a district, we have to take a stand. We have to say, we feel this is responsible, this is safer. No, we can't control it once they go home. But when they're with us, we have to make a stand and we have to be responsible and say, this is what we're suggesting.
Responsible implementation is, you can use district approved tools, but I don't think that you say district approved tools only. Because it sounds like this is something that you're going to use for students and employees. And it's my point, you can't control that.
Let me interject. Is there a problem with removing the word only? Scratching.
No, we'll scratch it. So we can move on.
This
That's
is
fine.
just a presentation for you guys.
Perfect.
This is just for you all to know that it is very important to us that whatever we are recommending is used in our classrooms.
Okay.
Is approved and safe for use with our kids.
I personally don't have a problem with only. I see it differently, but, you know, I respect Mr. Tillman. You know, you are probably thinking or seeing it in a different way than I am. But for the sake of moving the meeting forward in the presentation, I will no longer be taking questions until the end of the presentation.
I'm fine with that. I just want to be clear. When you put stuff on paper that is just not common practice, then you lose credibility. Because you start having people doing all kind of stuff that is not district approved, and everybody knows they're doing it, so it doesn't make sense to even have it written on the paper.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did you want to make a comment now, or did you want to wait?
I could just wait. I just wondered if it was going to link. You're going to linking the implementation to professional development. Okay.
Okay, so we won't interrupt anymore till the end of the presentation.
Okay. All right. So I think the questions are also a really good example of why professional development is so very important. Because as we push forward, these tools are new. They're new for everyone, and they are changing every day. And so as we push forward into thinking about how do we help our educators use these tools effectively in the classroom, and that is incredibly important. So for SBCUSD, technology is not a new thing for our district. Going back to 2015, we were one of the very first districts that started pushing forward with the idea of the importance of access to technology in our classrooms. We started with 5 schools in 2015-16 that were one-to-one. By the time we hit a point when many districts were very stressed about being one-to-one for the pandemic, we were in good shape. We had foundations set. And that is because of the wisdom of this board to really think through, yes, access is important and technology can help our kids. So as we continue to look forward to the future, what we want to help our educators think through is the graduates that are going to leave us. We want our students to be critical thinkers, to be adaptable learners, and to be AI literate students who can responsibly navigate these opportunities that they're going to have in front of them. And that is the most important piece of using these new tools. They help our students to think critically. They help our students to be adaptable and to learn to be flexible. And AI literacy is going to be a job requirement as many of our students leave us and go into the workplace. And we see that. You've seen that in the CTE pathways that have been presented to you. Many of them utilize these tools. The guidelines that we've set forward and the foundation we've built have allowed for those tools to be in place. The STEAM work that Dr. Clyde was here presenting a couple of weeks ago, those tools rely on AI. And so helping our educators think through, how do we use these? How do we plan with them? How do we integrate them into our curriculum for AI literacy is really important. Our goal is not to use technology. That is not the goal. The goal is to put this stuff to work to transform learning. We do not want to see kids in rows, everybody on a device, in silence. That's not the goal. We want to see these tools help us to create engaged learning environments where students are able to come together and investigate and solve real-world problems, to work in pathways for careers they want to pursue post-graduation. We don't want kids passively on devices. That's not the goal. Our goal is active learning, it's collaboration, it's creativity, it's critical thinking, and deeper engagement, and helping our educators think through how do we achieve these pieces with these new tools is what's most important. So how do we build that educator readiness? Because as many questions as you all have, multiply that out across our system. We have 3,000 educators, and everybody is at a different level of understanding around the use of these tools. It is okay to ask questions and to be apprehensive. Many people are apprehensive and nervous about the use of these tools, and there are many unknown questions, and that is okay to have. And part of building our educator readiness is to let them do the same thing that we're all doing tonight, which is ask the questions, have the debates, talk through what things mean, because that is how we learn together. And that's what we want to build in our educators. We are helping our educators to think through design thinking. When Dr. Clyde was here a couple of weeks ago, he talked through a little bit of what that looks like in STEAM. You've seen that in our CTE pathways. We're doing that work with our teachers out in the classrooms. How do we design new learning experiences with Gemini, with chat, when we ask it questions for how do I differentiate for students that are lagging behind in this area of reading? What are some additional things you can help me think of as a thought partner? What would that look like? These are all ways that you can see these tools being used, and it's that design thinking element that becomes really important. These tools allow for us to help our educators think through how do we extend these learning experiences? How do we take kids outside of the four walls of these classrooms and give them virtual learning opportunities? Let them go see places that we don't get to see every day. These are all ways that these tools can be integrated into lesson design with our teachers. And so helping them think about how do I take my standards, my reading, the writing, the math, the things that we all know are critically important, that we're assessed on, that we're currently seeing results from right now. How do we meet those needs with these tools? There is a lot of work, and the people sitting behind me have helped tremendously in the system with creating pathways for our educators to build their own skill and knowledge around these tools. We have site educational technology coaches out at each of our sites that work with the team behind me. We have folks that are out modeling the use in classrooms. We have people working through learning cycles, so trying these tools, seeing what works, making adjustments. We've had several different AI showcases and SETC showcases where we have teachers that are out in our classrooms right now that have been using these tools, modeling and presenting to their colleagues to show them, this is what I tried. This is how it worked the first time. This is how I would change it for the next time. Taking a look at student achievement alongside these tools is something that many of our teachers are doing as well. But really giving them opportunities to take risks and to learn and be safe in that learning is part of building their readiness. One of the things that we really try to tell all of our folks that are working with these tools is that, yes, it makes your life more efficient. It does things for you faster. There is amazing capabilities in it, but it's not the outsourcing of that cognitive work that is the magic. It's when we use these tools that learning becomes magical, that we're able to see progress in our students faster, and that we're able to remove some things off of our teachers' plates so that they're able to spend more time in classrooms with our kids. So for district implementation, we have been prioritizing responsible use, supporting our educators, and alignment to our district adopted curriculum. And so what you see before you is kind of the journey that we've taken from spring of 2024, starting with the first stages of professional learning and growth, technology support for our tech coaches, and then initial policy and governance work. We have a large district technology committee that represents each of the different groups. A couple of our student board members have actually been involved in that work, setting guidelines, looking at tools, making choices on what we want to see used in the system. And that work has gone on now for 2 years. And so as you see this spring, we started with our family engagement work and our educator AI showcases. And so that's going to continue into summer and fall. So as we do evaluate tools and systems, because one of the big pieces of accountability in educational technology is to maintain safety and data privacy, we ask 4 questions. Does it protect student data? Does it improve instruction? Does it personalize learning? And will it support student growth? And that is how we are looking at the tools that are in use as we have implemented. So the tools that are most heavily used right now in the system, where we have seen data protection in place, where we have seen academic growth, and we have seen innovative work, are Brisk Teaching, which is a writing application tool, Formative, which is a digital real-time assessment, OpenAI, ChatGPT, which is the EduPortal, Notebook LM, and Google Gemini. And these are the primary tools that we are providing professional learning around across the system right now. For Brisk, one of the things I want to highlight with this is where you'll see the most amount of time saved. So this is a tool that allows for teachers to personalize feedback through the writing process. And so as students are producing their own written work, this tool will help provide individualized feedback based on the prompt that students were given and how they're being assessed on the rubric. As students move through the writing process, the teachers can amend and edit feedback in real time. So as a student is writing, they're getting actual real time, in the moment feedback. They do not have to wait for somebody to grade it. They don't have to wait 24, 48 hours or a week to get feedback on what they've done in their writing. It's giving it to them right then. And we've seen tremendous growth in our students with their writing skills. We have students that have gone from writing 1 or 2 sentences to being able to write 4, 5, 6 paragraph essays by the end of the year. And that is from the consistent feedback. So you can see up there in red that there's been about 37,000 pieces of individualized feedback over the time that we have used Brisk given to our students. The Formative Luna tool, which is a digital assessment, it allows teachers to create exit tickets, quizzes, real-time work to progress monitor as they move through their instruction for the day. It gives them the ability to see what every student is doing in real time. So if a student is working out a math problem, they can see the progress that the student is making. They can see if there's errors being made so that they can go and help and address that student real in the moment. And so students are able to not create bad habits in their practice, but able to make adjustments and learn right there in the moment. And you can see that when we started, we have grown now about 30% in use of this in our classrooms. This is something that our educators love because it's giving them real-time, consistent data on students' progress in literacy and math, which has been really helpful in preparation for summative assessments in the spring. So what's next for us? We're going to continue scaling thoughtfully. That has been something that, as we have networked outside of our district with other districts, we found that even though we did get some pushback about being so conservative in the beginning, that approach has allowed us to set strong foundations so that we can now move faster, which is a benefit with AI because the tools change daily. And so because we have done this foundational work, we're able to be a little bit more nimble than some of our colleagues other places. We're going to continue refining systems. We're going to continue looking at tools as they come up to ensure that things that people are asking to use are aligned. and of high quality. And we're going to continue providing professional learning in the system for our teachers. As we kind of work with our teachers, one of the things that I want to call out that we haven't really talked about is the importance of our educators co-developing content with these tools with each other, working in their PLC teams at their school sites with these tools, and really being collaborative. And that is why, even though the AET team sits here with me tonight, we're really representing across the Ed Services division, because these tools have significant implications in the work that we do in all aspects of the instructional day. And so it is really important that we're able to co-develop together as an Ed Services division. So our math program specialists, our English language arts program specialists, our multilingual folks, the folks in ETSA, coming together to really think through what does this look like in practice. Our district-wide professional learning this summer will focus on the integration of these tools within math and ELA, and will also provide opportunities for our teachers to explore, to see what is available, to see what's out there, to play, to take risks, and to have some planning time with each other around what this can look like as we open in the fall. We plan on consistently following up on the professional learning that we do at summer conference on those 2 days as we move through the year. One of the things that, you know, is really important as we push forward is that our teachers feel safe and supported in taking these risks and trying these new things. And so our hope is that we're able to create a good foundation in July that we can continue to follow up on throughout the year. For our students, we are aligned to the California Department of Education guidelines for appropriate age use in our classrooms. So at the elementary level, that is brisk teaching, the use of Notebook LM right now, and our STEAM tools, which you saw showcased last month. For middle school, it is very similar. And for our high school, you see the addition of Google Gemini and our CTE pathway tools. So as we kind of move towards conclusion here, we're going to show you a video of some of this in action, some of the work that the team behind me has done, and then some of the work that's going on in our classrooms. But very clearly for us, the message that we want to be very clear about is what AI is and what it is not. It is not about replacing teachers. It is not about unsupervised use in our classrooms. It's not just for the use of technology to use it, or a one-size-fits-all. We really feel very strongly about it being responsible, for there to be appropriate instructional support, and for humans to really remain at the center of the learning. All right, I think David's going to help me. We're going to show you a video of some of this work that's being done.
Was the video created by AI?
No, the video is actually created by the outstanding Brian, our amazing computer specialist.
AI helps us give different routes, different procedures, different solution methods that these students can use. It is really fortunate that I am able to use chat to generate some information versus me coming up with them and wasting time on planning versus with the students. So I think that's really cool. And with chat and it providing me various questions, I'm able to implement those into a GIM kit, into Kahoot, and we're able to use different tools to be able to assess our students.
Like about the movie, if you read the book, I want you to tell your partner what you liked about the book. Ready? 30 seconds, go. So we go through and I added the entire book of Matilda into our sources. Five years old. She's 5 years old. And it says that she's already reading. She's doing math. And not just math, but she's doing what? Multiplication. Yeah, she's multiplying.
This is the prompt you're going to type in. This is what you're going to tell Gemini to do. It says, I am a student learning the resistor color code. I need to remember the sequence: black, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, gray, white. You say, make the mnemonic related to my interests in, and then you say what your interests are. Gemini will then make a mnemonic that matches your interests.
Big bear running over yellow grass beside violet garden wall.
Bad blocks ruin offenses, yet good blocks view gaps well.
Bounce, back handspring, ready, okay, yell, big, victory, get, win.
So we want to end by really underscoring that this really is about a new evolution, yes, of technology. And yes, there are pieces about it that are apprehensive and can be scary. But the capability and the potential for really great things for our kids is the most important piece. And keeping teaching and learning and the ability to extend and enhance and really innovate around the experiences that our kids have so that they have the tools to be nimble, critical thinkers as they move through our system and then beyond. That's our goal, and that's the work that we're really working hard at doing. All right, and now I will take more questions.
Thank you so much. And I will start off with Mrs. Alexander.
I would like to first say thank you to you and your team for all the good work that you're doing, because I know that this is not easy. AI has been around for a while, but how we're embracing it from an educational standpoint is a little different. And then just from last year when you presented to us to now, I've seen a lot of change in just the approach and really the expansion around the guardrails. So great job. I was at a conference 2 weeks ago and everything was about AI, regardless of the footprint. So there was something you stated that I wanted to revisit, because our students should feel comfortable with AI, but I'm really concerned about the educators because we need to make sure that they're equipped, they're being trained, they have the resources. Because if that's not there, then it's going to be very difficult for our students. And from a career development standpoint, it's not going to go anywhere, even with our elementary students. So one thing that I wanted to address, because when we were looking at just the overall roadmap, one area that's missing is the machine learning. And I know that's not now because this is change management at its best. So it's like, okay, now what? But what about the so what? So how are we implementing that piece, or where will that be in the roadmap?
I think that's something that we are working on, and I think a little bit of that you're starting to see sparks of that. I think with our STEAM work and with the career technology work for sure. I think as we continue to kind of lay the foundation for awareness and what's available in tools out there, and also part of that work that we're doing in July is around that design thinking, because that is an incredibly important part. But you are right, until everybody has that foundational awareness, it really is hard to kind of think in that mindset. And so I think as we do more of that work, you're going to start seeing that more often. And we do have examples of that. And I think Dr. Clyde showed a little bit of that when he was here last time. But that is stuff that I foresee that being heavily expanded by the time we're at this point next year.
Right. However, I don't hear the language. Like, I don't hear us saying it. So that's why I'm bringing it up, because we want our students to be comfortable with AI, because it's not going to go away.
No, it is
so not. The prompts, that's important. Understanding it, the critical thinking piece is critically important. But what about influencing the change? Because we have to make sure that they understand what they receive from AI is not always true, but they can also be able to effectuate change and be able to be the ones that are putting the information in the system. So that's where maybe that's collaboration. It falls within STEAM, but it's something I feel from a roadmap perspective is that, so what, right? Like, what's next? You're talking about the what's next now, but it's that so what.
Yeah, I think that also goes back to that idea of co-development.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's also that's why we do have to have guardrails, and that's why you do have to have the literacy component, because we do have to be modeling for them what, this exists. Now, how can we actually put this to work?
Right. So, but thank you for all the good work. It's just that I think it's just a matter of that critical thinking and that mindset that we need to keep instilling, not just at this level, but in general. And knowing that our students can be a part of that change. Like, once they get comfortable with it, because they might be more comfortable than we are with AI. So it's just a matter of just making sure they understand that the power is with them too. And then the last other point that I wanted to make was in reference to family engagement. So the event that took place with the parents, that was excellent. That was a great collaboration. The only area that I'm thinking that maybe we could probably think of, if you haven't thought about it, is maybe leveraging some AI tools from a learning and development standpoint to help parents who can't come to those kind of engagements. So there's tools out there so that we could just make it accessible to them either through our web or through another component of some type of communication forum. I know there's one called Synthesia, but there might be other ones that we can leverage. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Aviles Grande.
First of all, thank you. That was a lot of information, and I'm pretty sure I heard most of it. Just too much. And the one thing that always pops in my mind is, what are the other school districts doing? How are we the same and how are we different? And how do we compare and how do we contrast? So forgive me about what we're doing. I asked Gemini. And trust me when I tell you, that's all we need to do. It gives you all of these different things. We are not, first of all, we're not alone for being very, very cautious. And there is one or two school districts that did, I think Los Angeles kind of invested tons and it caved in. And so then there's the most successful one that I've seen is Riverside County. And now they're even working on students to have a seal of literacy, a biliteracy seal in AI. So when they go to college, they're used to it. So I offer that to you as a way, maybe you can look at that and get some more ideas, because I would like to compare and contrast to see we're not alone in whatever it is we're going through here. There's other school boards too that would would like to have a discussion with the other boards. I wouldn't be surprised to find it at the next CSBA and the NSBA, and it's time. It's actually overdue. We're actually way, way behind. 2 years ago, I attended Jerry Almendarez's panel, and if you recall, I came home all excited because they had implemented it, and the teachers actually talked in depth how they used it in the classroom. And they had those students do a version without AI, and then they said, okay, go and use AI, and then when you do the final product, show both versions. Show the version that you did the first, and then the one with IDEA, and then your final version. So I can see which part was you and which part was it. And I was very impressed. And I came home and nobody listens to me. I get no respect. All right. But anyway, I think the work was just fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I do. I want to be the board member that says we need to make sure we're safe. So I think the disclaimer is important, and we tell parents we don't control AI. We don't know what the feedback's always going to be. And you hear this advertisement about if your child was using a device and now they're suicidal and depressed, call this number. I hope when we talk to our parents and talk about the technology that we encourage them, like after a certain time, that they take the device from the kids while they can. I think it's important that I don't think it's good for a kid to go into a room after 10 at night and go to sleep with their phone, because you don't never know what they're going to be doing on the phone. And I think it's creeped up on the older people that think it's no big deal. The kid has got the phone, who cares? But I think it could be a bad situation. So I hope that we take the opportunity to caution parents that there is a side of the technology that can be bad for our students, and just give them some practical advice, unless you guys don't agree with that. But I think we should, I think it's not a good thing for kids to have 24/7 access to technology, the internet and phone. I think that's the one thing I learned as an adult, and then having kids that all of a sudden the technology came about and we're thinking nothing about it. I think that's not a good thing. I was in church, and this little girl was about 6 years old watching all these reels, just crazy stuff. And her grandmother came over and said, "What are you doing?" She turned into a little cartoon. That's not what she was watching. And I really think that's an example of what's happening to a lot of students. And parents don't realize all the stuff that's out there on the internet, and with AI now, I think it just adds a whole nother level of what our kids are going to be exposed to and the input they're going to get. So I just want to make sure we do disclaimers and say there are some bad things associated with it that we can't control, and just be aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. And I'll just also say, thank you so much for the presentation. I know that this is a humongous topic, and there's no way for us to contain or, fully wrap around it. But I appreciate the fact that we are taking a stab at it. Like, we're taking an active approach on trying, to do our best to hone and harness it as best as possible, instead of kind of just looking the other way or burying our heads in the sand, because it is not going anywhere. It's here to stay. And so I really do just only have two questions that I wanted to ask, kind of, listening to some of the comments that, Mr. Tillman had said, that as you continue your presentation just kind of came. So how do we monitor, if we do, how do we monitor external use in student and staff? So I know that, in the presentation, the recommendation for responsible use is the district approved only, apps or AI tools. But how do we have a way to monitor external use, and how do we do that?
So that is something that Mr. Wright is working on out of IT, and that is some work that they have been actually doing with family engagement and a number of other tools to help our parents be able to track those things externally, so that there is kind of that digital citizenship conversation going on. And so, I'm happy to give you guys more information about what those tools are and what they do. We can put that in a Friday update for you.
That would be great, because at the very least, the devices that we make accessible to students, like those should have definitely guardrails around them. Any personal private device that students utilize is completely out of our control. However, going back to Mr. Tillman's point, the education to parents around safe usage and the pros and cons of just technology, just not just AI, but technology as a whole. Even for younger children, at what age should they start exposing them to the utilizing of a phone? I know that there's research that says that technology doesn't cause ADHD. There's no causation, but there's definitely a link between ADHD and early exposure or early use of phones or scrolling and things like that. So definitely making sure that we are providing that information and bringing awareness to parents so that they know this information. And the other question that follows my first question, when we do confirm that violations have occurred either by students or staff, what is our response? What do we do?
So for staff, that would follow your regular progressive discipline around what the violation was, and that would actually be supported by our employee relations office, depending on what that level of egregiousness was. For students, that's the same process that we would follow with any kind of student behavior. That's something that our counselors, our teachers, our vice principals work with, conversations, learning what went wrong, how do we fix it, is there consequence, depending on the level of severity of what it might be. And that looks different across the system, and that looks different for different age levels of students. But really it goes back to this idea of digital citizenship and really helping both our educators and our students know what the guardrails are, know what's safe, what is not, and how do I live within those guardrails using technology.
Thank you. Well, that's all my questions. I appreciate it, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Santos.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a couple of questions and I lost my place here. No, I'm assuming we have some guardrails and our teachers can keep track of some of the things that the students do on their computers, not everything. To the parenting piece, you should see my bedroom at night. I have about 5 Chromebooks, couple phones. It is a fun thing when we tell them to turn in their stuff, right? And even my kids will try to find an old iPad laying around somewhere. I have teenagers. So it is parenting and it is tough, but you can collect everything. So, that is a parenting thing. My other question, in the other district that my kids were before a while back, they had something like Go Guardian where the teachers can kind of see. Is that something that we use or don't use? I know there's different reasons why, you use things or what you can't view or view. Is that something we've considered, used before, or it's not a good idea? Or
I know our RI team has vetted a couple of different tools like that. There's been some different security questions that have come up as we've kind of looked at those tools. The other piece is we really want the active supervision and the engagement to be with the teacher and not dependent upon those types of tools. We do use Gaggle, which monitors all of our devices and flags inappropriate conversation and inappropriate topics, all of those types of things. So we are monitoring what goes on in the technology.
Mr. Tillman.
Students able to load VPN software?
No, they are not.
So
but they are very entrepreneurial, so you never know.
That's my point, because they're able to load VPN.
They are very creative, and I think, like Mrs. Alexander said, it's here to stay, and they are learning it. They are younger than us, and they are very entrepreneurial.
But I say that to say that's another thing I want to make parents aware of. We have all these tools, but if they load VPN, then you don't see where they're going. They could be going to every crazy site there is out there, and it doesn't show up. So I just want to make sure that the parents know that's a possibility. And what Mr. Santos said in terms of collecting the devices, that's what all parents should be doing. But they don't. And I hope that's in our training. That's a suggestion. You know, they're going to fight with their kids to do it, but in the long run, I think it's a huge safety practice to collect those devices at night.
Thank you. Mr. Arellano?
First of all, thank you for the presentation. Thank you to your team for all your hard work and everything that you've put together for the product that we have so far. I just want to make a few comments of some things that came to mind as part of the presentation. So I know one of our goals is to make sure that we are using AI to produce results. And I know it was mentioned that, many times, Mrs. Applegate, myself, Dr. Cleveland, people and say, we go to different conferences and we hear a lot of people talk about what they're doing. And many times we can see the difference between fluff and results. And so one of the big goals that we have is to make sure we have results. And so one thing that wasn't mentioned today that I want to bring out as an example is, I know you heard the term brisk. We are using brisk intentionally to ensure that our students are learning the mechanics of writing, that they are learning the mechanics of expressing themselves. So I know this past year, Michelle, I don't know the exact number, but one of our goals was to lower the number of zeros that kids were getting on the writing prompt of the SBAC, because we recognized that when you get a 0 in the writing prompt, it affects your overall ELA score. So we adopted Brisk as a tool to help teachers provide the feedback. So this last year, Michelle, what was the percentage of zeros that we reduced in our writing based on the use of Brisk?
I believe we reduced the number of zeros, and this is, I believe, over a 2-year period, actually.
Right.
18.7%.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure the board knows that we're not just saying we're using AI to be sexy or romantic or trendy, right? I'm saying is we really are using it for intention. So when I hear, these people doing presentations about AI, and like they're not showing results. And we are. And so we want to make sure that the board knows that we're using that intentionally. And then the other point I wanted to make is, one of my goals has always been, and I know we share this collective goal, is we want to give kids the opportunities to show mastery of content in ways other than a traditional way of writing an essay or responding to a multiple choice test. And so AI and some of the tools that we have here, and some tools that kids can access beyond our tools. This gives kids an opportunity to show mastery of content in a way that matches their learning style and their learning love, like Howard Gardner did in his multiple intelligence research. Is now we can ask kids, instead of not only writing an essay or not only answering 100 multiple choice questions, how about you create a video, a comic strip, a song, a poem, and this tool provides them the opportunity to use something innovative to show mastery of content, not only in the traditional forms that we are expected kids to do, but also in a way that may be something more engaging to them. So I want to reassure the board that we are also using AI as a tool to provide kids that excitement and engagement to show mastery of content beyond the traditional approach. Then the other point I want to bring up is Dr. Bill Daggett. You may know he's an educational futurist and very world-renowned, and we've tried to get him to come to our management conferences. So far, it hasn't worked out. But one of the comments that he's made, that he's been very emphatic with people in education, is that the one skill we really need to teach our kids to do is how to give AI command. So that a student can continue to learn the depth of something that they are trying to learn, or that out of curiosity they want to go to a deeper level. They have to know how to give AI the command. And as we've heard today, AI is not going away. So we have to make every attempt to try to teach our students and our staff how to use the tool not only ethically, but also as a way to continue to learn at a more profound level. So I want to reassure the board that the guidelines that you see there today, not only for the student and parents, is just to continue that mindset of trying to teach kids how to use this ethically, just like we would anything else, right? And then the last thing I want to bring up, and it was to the point of parameters and guidelines, is legal counsels that represent districts have been also very emphatic of making sure that school districts have something documented that shows that you are making an effort to have guidelines, parameters, at least some example that you are trying to create a moral and ethical experience for the staff members and kids. And you're right, Mr. Tillman. I mean, this AI is so big, we're not going to be able to contain it. And I appreciate the recommendation that going back to our legal counsel to see what kind of disclaimer we should add to our board policy in AR. But legal counsel has asked school district to make sure that we do have parameters, that we do have guidelines, and that we're able to show training on an ongoing basis, not only to our parents, to our teachers and our students, on just the ethical use of the tool. To do nothing would be putting the district in more harm. To have something that our team has put together in terms of the guidelines is a first good start, and we're all going to continue to evolve, right? As we learn, as we see the things that happen in the classrooms, as we get complaints, or as we see other things happening in other districts, we will adjust accordingly. So I just want to reassure the board that we're learning as well. So I really appreciate the board and the questions that you've asked. I've always said this a million times. When the board asks questions, that makes us better. So I just want to appreciate the questions that you had today. But I also want to thank our team for always listening and moving forward. And Michelle, thanks for taking all the questions. Boy, this was the first time I was glad it wasn't you today, but you handled yourself with grace. But thank you, everybody, for giving us this far, and we know we still got a lot to learn. So thank you, President.
Chair Ariano, if I can, I just heard from Cecil Wright, our IT director, and he's chiming in that as long as students are on our devices to the most extent possible, we do control their traffic outside and prevent VPN access on our devices.
Awesome. Thank you for that additional information. And again, thank you so much. We appreciate your time and sticking with us and all of your hard work. So thank you. You all have a great night. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to 10.0 action items, 10.1 personnel report.
As presented.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wyatt, second by Mr. Santos. Vote please, Mr. Santos. Aye. Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Mrs. Aviles Grande. Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mrs. Alexander. Thank you. Motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves personnel report number 21 dated May 19, 2026. 10.2 approval of the temporary borrowing between funds of the school district for fiscal year 26-27. Can I get a motion? Second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Aviles Grande, second by Mr. Santos. Vote please. Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Aviles Grande, myself, aye. Mr. Tillman? Ms. Alexander? Thank you. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the temporary borrowing between funds. 10.3, closure of school facilities project Fund 35 for Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wyatt, second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote please, Mr. Santos. Aye. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Alexander?
Aye.
Thank you. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the closure of school facilities project Fund 35. 11.0 consent items. 11.1 approval of consent list. The following items are grouped as a consent list for receipt and approval as one vote. Are there any items to be pulled? Okay. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Aviles Grande, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote please, Mr. Santos. Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Aviles. Myself, aye. Mrs. Alexander. Motion carries. 12.0 reports and comments. 12.1 board members. Mr. Santos. Sorry. No previous warning.
Oh yeah, that was really, really good because I had a couple things, but no, I just wanted to shout out. Let me get the correct name. Magnolia Heights Middle School. I went to their Beetlejuice play. I was invited to it, and it was awesome. The students did a great job. Tony Plana was there as well. So, anyways, it was a great play put on by the students and the young lady playing Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Anyways, I was unprepared. It was great. The other thing I want to shout out is our Newmark Little League. My minors team came in third place, but we started 0-4 and we finished the season 10-3-1. So we did good. Yeah, we had a tie. All right, thank you. That's all.
Awesome. And I'm going down the line. So Dr. Wyatt, no comment. Mrs. Aviles Grande.
Well, I wanted to give a message to the student board members. You know, congratulations, and I wish them well. And I'm hoping they hear this because what I wanted them to know is that when they arrive at their new college, to straight away go and find those student organizations that have to do with student body governance. They'll find at Redlands, for example, they have their place is called the RSG, Redlands Student Governance, and then they have dogs doing activities with great spirit. They also have a maroon and gray student ambassadors who work directly with the president and vice president. So they need not think this is the end, but only the beginning of their student representation. And it's going to be different because they will be given a budget with funds, and they will be able to put fantastical events on campus with the same gifts that they learned all from here. So I hope they, like I said, I hope they listen to it, and we'll talk more about that if I can ever help them. That's how I got my start. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Alexander.
Yeah. I wanted to just say a couple congratulations. Some of us attended the Making Hope Happen gala, and I'm not sure if it was highlighted then, but they actually gave out 63 scholarships to students within San Bernardino City Unified School District, and each one of those students received $3,000. So I wanted to say great job to the CEO, Nikki Detman, and all of her staff, because that is definitely significant and a great impact to our school district. Also, congratulations to all the employees that received their milestone awards last week for their years of service, but also the ones that retired. And thank you to Gail Shaw of Lancashire Elementary for inviting me to participate. And I think she reached out to a lot of us for the career day. It was her 29th year. So definitely is, I know a lot of schools put on the career day, but I just wanted to give her a special shout out for the number of years that she's been doing it, and she hosted for the whole week. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And you said 62 scholarships?
63.
63. Wow. Thank you so much for bringing that information back, really, because, you know, as you know, I've been asking a lot about feedback and information and what happens with, you know, some sponsorships. And so that's really appreciated.
One more.
Please.
And so I also wanted to say thank you to the board for supporting Links Incorporated for the scholarships, because we were able to award 4 San Bernardino City Unified School District students scholarships, and our #1 student was from Cajon. We had a student from 2 from San Gregorio, and I can't remember where the other one was from. Right, Middle College. Thank you, Ireland. So thank you for that. And we in total were able to award 16 students within San Bernardino and Riverside County, and the total amount that we were able to award out was 60,000 plus.
Own student got 7,500. He was the biggest award.
Yes, his name is Gabriel Alabi.
And Mr. Jones got
Iberon Jones.
like
I'm
3,500, 4,000.
yeah. Mhm.
Well, again, thank you for sharing that information, and I hope that we can continue to bring back that information. All right, and I don't have any comments. I won't extend it. 12.2, Superintendent.
So very quickly, just as was mentioned, I also want to thank Links Incorporated, as was mentioned, for the scholarships that they provide our kids. Like Ms. Alexander said, $62,000 for our kids. So many thanks to Links Incorporated, and congratulations to Mr. Jones, one of our student board members. He was one of the recipients. So thank you to the Links Incorporated. And just following up also, Ms. Alexander, I want to thank Mary Rowan and her department, Communications, for an excellent event on the milestone ceremony for honoring our retirees and our 40 years of service, 35 years of service, 25, 20 years. It was a nice event. I want to thank everybody at San Bernardino High School for allowing us to use the historical San Bernardino High School Cardinal Theater. So great job, Mayor Rowan. Really appreciate you. And also, what was mentioned, a formal thank you to Nikki Detman and the Making Hope Happen Foundation for the scholarships that they provided. A lovely event up at the old Castaways. I think it's called the Hilltop Restaurant now. I don't think the slides are advancing, but one more. There you go. It was nice because our teen music workshop was there to play during the cocktail hour. And I always love when they play Tina Marie Square Biz. That's always my favorite song that they do as a band. I want to congratulate Honey Cooper. She was recognized for being our elementary student who is finishing her first class at dual enrolled class at Valley College. Mia Cooper, her mother sent me a picture today of Honey and her professor. She got a B+ out of the class. So congratulations to Honey. And then you'll see also in the middle, we had a great performance by Vincent Jauregui, who is part of our mariachi group at San Bernardino High School. So it was a nice event and a nice showcasing of our students. So Nikki Detman and the board there, thank you for your continued support of our students. I also want to commend our San Bernardino School Managers Association. Each year they provide scholarships for our students, and this past year they were able to raise $50,000 from our managers, and they provided 67 scholarships. And I believe their event was last night as well, right? So Thursday night, yeah, last Thursday night. So you see our SBSM board there. So thank you to them and all the efforts that they did in collecting, and to all our managers that provided funds for our kids. Really appreciate it. Next slide. Want to thank Director Angela Ortiz and her team for their yearly rose ceremony for their senior students. And this is kind of a lovely event and a very emotional event. Each year, the students that are part of the Atlas support team are allowed to select someone in their life that have been supportive. It could be a family member, it could be a neighbor, it could be a teacher, it could be a counselor, it could be somebody in the community, and they present that individual with a ceremony as just a thank you for being there. So I want to thank Angela Ortiz for that ceremony and giving the kids the opportunity to show their gratitude, and hopefully continue to inspire them to be great, even if sometimes they were down on their luck in their life. They could count on people here in the district and the community to keep pushing forward. So great job, Angela, to you and your team. Next slide. I want to thank Tim Prince for once again allowing me to come speak to the Democratic Luncheon. He invites me every year to come and share with the audience our key performance indicators and how well we are doing towards becoming that serious institution of academics. The audience gets to see all the upgrades to our facilities, which was just a wow factor. You know, a lot of the folks there are citizens that are probably in their 60s and 70s and 80s year old. And so they remember classrooms looking a certain way. So when I showed them pictures of the culinary classroom at San Gorgonio or the Gardner Holt Lab at Magnolia Heights Middle School or the STEAM lab at Jones Elementary School, they couldn't believe that that was a classroom right here in San Bernardino. So I really appreciate the opportunity and just to support. The community is really valuing the work that all of you are doing across this district to make our city shine. So Tim, appreciate the opportunity. As you know, Tim is a San Bernardino High School graduate, so he's homegrown and he has a vested interest in all of us doing well. Next slide. We had the opportunity also to celebrate 3 of our amazing colleagues last night at the Doubletree. Raul Pedraza was celebrated as the Adult Education Principal of the Year for Region 12, which is all of San Bernardino County. And we also got to celebrate Dr. Sandra Rodriguez for being the Student Services Administrator of the Year in Region 12, San Bernardino County. And we had an opportunity to celebrate Chief Paulino as the Retired Administrator of the Year. So it was nice to have our 3 peeps there all together. And I want to throw out also recognition to some of our former, Dr. Carmen Beck, who was a principal here for many years, was recognized as Professor of the Year, Region 12. And then a special shout out to District Attorney Jason Anderson. He was recognized for outstanding program, the Civil Liberties Know Your Rights program that he does with our kids here at the high school. So congratulations to all of them, and we appreciate District Attorney Anderson for pouring in to our kids. And next slide and last slide is I want to congratulate our Cajon Cowboys for winning the Division 7 CIF Championship in golf. So once again, right here in San Bernardino, our kids are excelling and competing against the very best and becoming the very best. So congratulations to the Cowboys. Super exciting. And that's all I have today. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So moving on to 13.0, summary of board members' requests. 13.1, review of requests.
There are no requests this evening.
What? Thank you. 14.0, meeting adjournment. 14.1, in memoriam. The board would like to recognize and close the board meeting with a moment of silence in memory of former San Bernardino City Unified School District student Dirk Kepthorne, who passed away on April 28, 2026. Dirk Kepthorne, a prominent American politician, grew up in San Bernardino, attending Wilson Elementary, Arrowview Junior High, graduating from San Gregorio High School in 1970, and attending San Bernardino Valley College before moving to Idaho. He served as mayor of Boise, a U.S. Senator, Governor of Idaho, and U.S. Secretary of the Interior. The board extends its deepest condolences to his family, colleagues, and friends. We will now hold a moment of silence. All right, 14.2, adjournment, call for motion.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mrs. Alexander. Good night, everyone.